looks like that happened in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
برستيج من فوق وفريق يلا اي سبورتس اصابه من فوق على اللاعب باندا نوك داون
Welcome everyone here to the start of a new journey, a new year in PMPL Arabia spring split here with myself, Harlan Wolf, and also Zute alongside me. We are, as I say, starting a new journey, Zute, and there are, yes, the old favourites back in for spring, but there are so many new teams and exciting competition to be had.
Oh, I love this time of year, Highland Wolf. This is the beginnings of the foundations of all the excitement that's going to lead to the end of the year. The PMPL Arabia. There's some heavy-hitting teams here, too. You mentioned there's some old favorites, and there are definitely some big favorites in here. But what excites me the most about the start of a new year is the new blood, the new talent. Because we've seen year after year, some of these teams, you know, this is where the journey begins, and they actually make it all the way to the end. It could be some really cool upsets at the end of the year.
Yeah, and as we say, we talked about these new teams, but they've got a long journey ahead of them, though. They got 4 weeks, and alongside us is, of course, for our 4 weeks, our beautiful sponsor, the Oppo Reno 6 series, where you can have upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports 2022. Zute, telling you, 4 weeks here, and it's a long journey, I think, compared to what we've seen hot off of PMGC, and I think a lot of these teams now starting fresh, starting not only, yes, some of these old teams, but with new rosters too. We really get to see, starting off, as you say, at the start of this year, all of what these teams can do in a fresh light. And to start us off here, we are going to be in league play for our first 3 weeks of these four. And it's going to be 2 days per week for each of the first 2 days of each week. 20 teams in those 5 groups and 4 groups per match day. And 5 matches per day is going to be the standard. And each group is basically going to play 4 of those matches. Super weekend, so that's where it gets exciting, Zute, because those are those Thursday, Friday, Saturday, each day of those weeks, and 3 days per week. Top 16 teams in league play, fighting for 5 matches per day, and those are where the points count, because league play, yes, you can get as many points as you like, but as long as you get into top 16, you get into Super Weekend, that's where we're looking for them to get into those top scoring points.
And the point system this year around, same as last year. A lot of you viewers should be very familiar with this. First place, 15 points. One elimination is 1 point. And as we always say year after year, the elimination points really do stack up. It's not all about the placement points anymore, as a lot of teams are starting to, you know, be more proactive and taking fights that they feel like they could win. But the point system, nothing too special. You should be really familiar with it. It's the tournament format that some of you guys might not be too familiar with if this is your first time around watching PMPL. But we'll walk you guys through it day after day. I know there was a lot of words on screen for that format, but we got another graphic coming up that might, you know, explain it a little bit better to, you know, supplement that.
Yeah, as we say, because we have these 2 days, right? Monday, Tuesday, that's where we're going to see the league play for each week. And it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, as we said, those points then reset into the Super Weekends. And just a little bit of a word, but through those 3 Super Weekends, as you can see on your calendar, from the 17th, 19th, 24th, 26th, 3rd, and to the 5th, is where those points accumulate across weeks. So whatever you earn in that first Super Weekend carries into Super Weekend 2, carries in the same to Super Weekend 3, and then, of course, the top 16 out of our 20 teams who manage to get in through those Super Weekends with their points will end up in our league finals on the 10th, 11th, and 12th of March later on. So as we said, 4 weeks, and I think what we can say, coming off of how long this tournament will be, Zute, is it yes, we can see some bangs, some explosions out of the first day, but it's those slow burners, those teams that wrap themselves, learn from those other squads that will be on top and champions by the end of the league finals.
Oh yeah, it's gonna come down to consistency, and the biggest thing is though, you gotta make top 16 in the regular league weekend. That's the biggest thing, because if you don't make top 16, that you're out of the Super Weekend. That is 3 days of points that you simply do not get, and that's a huge blow to your chance of qualifying to the league finals on the 10th, 11th, and 12th. And so at the very end of the day, you want to make it to the league finals. That's when things really matter, but it's a step-by-step process, right? And taking a look at the prize pool, there's a lot of money here. Total prize pool, 150,000. First through 20th, every team competing, all 20 teams right now at the very start, they already start off with 2,500, which is, a nice little, pocket money right there. And each Super Weekend, once you get into the Super Weekend, each chicken dinner you get in a match in the Super Weekend is 1,000 to your team also.
But it's not just, of course, yes, those Super Weekends each game. It's who can get to the top of those spots in the finals, because it is going to be at $10,000 at the big fat top, that big fat money of 150,000 prize pool that all of those teams are going to be going for. Zute A, but 6,500, 5,000 for that second and third, all the way down to the 16th place. But keep in mind though that yes, you can get that money through in the league stage, but those teams who don't get through to those Super Weekends, get the points, get into the finals, they're missing out on the massive amount of money, because as you said rightly so, in that Super Weekend, that's where the money lies.
Money, money, money. It's all about the money. So if you don't get into the Super Weekend, right, not only do you miss out on the points that you could potentially qualify into the finals, you also miss out on the chance of earning $1,000 per chicken dinner. Think about that, right? There's so much on the line to make it into the Super Weekend. Of course, like you mentioned, in the finals, there's a huge prize pool as well. Once you get into the finals, if you could get that top 3 finish at the end of the day.
Yeah, and it's not, of course, I think, just a prize pool, though, as we said, to talk a little bit about those teams, as we will bring those teams up to you in just a moment. I think we said that they were some of the favourites that we could expect here coming through from the last season, and we think about Rico Infinity Esports, YaLLa Esports stepping up in their respective groups. Even to be said, I think Falcons, particularly when we look back to Erangel and their dominance that they showed throughout most of those Erangel matches last year. However, that is where we also have to look at who they're up against. As we said, a lot of those new teams, I believe about 8 or 9 in total that we're looking at, if not more here, Zute, for this next season, 2022.
Yeah, one team that I'm really interested in that's kind of a little bit unknown for me is in Group D, Stalwart, the UAE edition. So Stalwart Esports, a lot of you guys might know the Mongolian Stalwart Esports, a super strong, aggressive team. The org itself has branched into the UAE region, and I'm wondering and curious if they're going to bring that similar style of aggressiveness to this new region, this new team, right? So I really want to see what kind of stalwart team this is going to be. And of course, all the way in Group E, we have to mention Nigma Galaxy, right? The team that absolutely crushed it in the PMGC last year.
Yeah, I think Nigma Galaxy, of course, going to be one of our favorites heading in onto the tournament. I think the only other one that we really have to mention here is also the aggressiveness. You said about those kill points mattering. Well, Twisted Minds are back in on group number C, and I think they were one of the most aggressive teams that we got to see here in the full split of PMPL Arabia last time around, Zute. And excited to see if they can bring that aggression back, because as we said, they aren't the same teams. There's been a lot of reshuffling about, and there's been a lot of changes. Can these teams who performed in the PMPL Arabia in last year's spring full split also step up to the plate once more in 2022? It's about that story of fresh blood stepping up to the platter. Can they take the meals?
Yeah, so you mentioned aggression, correct? So I want to draw it back to Nigma Galaxy. We saw in PMG, they did really well compared to, but compared to the other PMGC teams, they did not play very aggressive. They were really high in terms of placement points, but very low in the terms of elimination points. So this being PMPL, for a team like Nigma Galaxy, this should, in theory, kind of be a walk in a park. And I want to see them, stretch out their legs a little bit. Focus on the things that they didn't quite excel at the PMGC. So I want to see them play more aggressive.
Well, they've got to play more aggressive and play more aggressive on these specific maps here, as we're going to be switching through to, of course, our map order. And that will be starting us off on Erangel next towards Miramar. Erangel, Miramar, and Erangel closes out the buns to our Miramar Erangel sandwich that we have going for us on the first day. And as you can see on the top of your screen there as well are the groups that are going to be playing on each of those matches. So we will be starting off with groups A, B, C, D, stepping out from D, C, B, and A, missing out on our final match there for B, C, D, and E playing in the 5th match overall. So as we said, 4 matches for each of these teams playing in each of these 2 days for league play. And I think it's going to be Erangel starting us off. Who can be that big team? Can we see maybe some ups because teams, of course, Zuate are starting off fresh? Maybe they're being a bit more hesitant, and that might lead the way. For some of these, I think more of those aggressive teams, that surprise factor that we always talk about at the start of a tournament for them to take advantage of.
I definitely agree. And just so the viewers know, don't fret. We still have Sandhawk. We're still going to be playing Sandhawk, but that's only in the super weekends. For the regular league stages, something I really like is the fact that we're focused more on Erangel and Miramar, the 2 maps that teams might feel more comfortable on. Some 2 maps that are more consistent in terms of, strategy. We do know Sandhawk could get very tricky to play in. So we're going to leave that for the super weekend. But all you need is top 16 and the regular league stage. And we're giving the teams the 2 most consistently played maps. So I love that format. I love the map rotation we have coming into this PMPL.
And of course, when we have that map rotation, Sandhawk, I think, going to be its own beast. And what we saw, I think, in PMGC, you could also say, where those teams are again going to have that surprise factor, which is what we're looking for. Those aggressive remarks coming from those teams. Can they strike blood? And I think that's what we're also expecting, as we said. And Erangel, I think, going through to this entire day, Miramar in particular, we're going to see some of these teams who maybe do get off to that high start on the high horse, but can they keep that up, as we said? Because there are going to be those teams in the middle of the pack, and those are the ones that I'm really watching, not those big performers that are getting the first points in the first 2 days or so. Can those teams who survive to the Super Weekend then step up as they get used to some of these newer teams, these newer players, and get used to the play style as well? Because this first day, they don't have as much homework that they can do, as much research they can do on some of these teams.
And speaking about homework and research, some experienced teams might not even show, all their strategies. Some of these teams might simply just be thinking, all right, just top 16, but we're mainly going to focus on the other teams, see what they're doing, and we're not going to show our cards until the Super Weekend hits, right? So for the regular league stage, the results from previous experience, from what I've seen in multiple PMPLs, the results in the league stage very rarely mimic the results going into the Super Weekend. So if you see a team popping off in the league stage, that's great. That's great for them. But don't get it twisted, so to say, that you think they're also going to dominate the Super Weekend. Yeah, one of the
Alright,
teams.
We're starting off. We're starting off with the dad jokes already, Zute. Oh boy, and we've not even got Imperium on yet. Imperium's still to come on tomorrow, so it only gets worse from here. So 4 weeks. Yes, we said a tournament is 4 weeks of dad jokes, is what it really is here on the English podcast today. That's what we're in for. Just there should be like a censorship warning right on the top. That's what we need at the start of every podcast.
Yeah. Be prepared for dad jokes and terrible puns. But you know, one thing that these the viewers definitely need to be prepared for, some really nice, exciting action, because this region, all right, we're in PMPL Arabia. I feel like this region overall has developed quite a lot. I mean, you look at a team like Nigma Galaxy, who got a really high finish in the PMGC, in a way that really spurs the entire region to work harder, right? Just like, for example, China in general has dominated year after year, and the Chinese teams, lead by example. Like, the other Chinese teams see what the Nova team can do, and that's the team they're going to try and catch up to. But Nigma Galaxy, representing this region and PMPL Arabia, they did really well last year too. So there's a lot of, for these teams to catch up to look up to kind of, balance everything out.
Yeah, I think, as we said as well, when it comes to balancing, yes, Nigma Galaxy are going to be those fresh faces, but I think one thing that speaks to us really when it comes to the overall sense of PMPL Arabia is the aggression of some of these teams. Because the aggression, particularly when you look towards Twisted Minds, when you look towards some of the teams like Rico Infinity Team, they are some of these teams and players, and we talk about coming into PMGC, the Arabian teams of this region being very aggressive. Are they going to be as aggressive on this first day? Because, as we said, it is new. Are they going to try to take it slow compared to what we may see some of these teams, as you said, warm up into that Super Weekend? And that's the difference that we can see coming from these league stage play days, or these league days, sorry, should I say, of these first 2 days. They are going to be, as you say, the culmination of homework, of all of these matches that they can research coming into the Super Weekend. And then we get to see the hot drops. Then we get to see all of the excitement happening with teams trying to decipher the strategies of each other and taking each other out.
So I gotta ask you, right? So this is the first day. These teams, might have had scrim practice against each other and kind of familiar with one another in terms of drops and whatnot. But for the very first day, are you expecting, are you expecting a couple of hot drops here and there?
See, I'm thinking more so back towards full split, okay? Erangel, it was more towards that Roshulk, towards school side, heading in towards George Pole. That's where we saw all of the hot drops. I don't think we'll see the hot drops happen just today. I would be very surprised the first day if enough research has been done. Quite frankly, because I don't really think that teams give enough information or shouldn't be giving enough information away for the first day to be hot dropped. That comes later in the tournament, right? That comes in the second, the third week, the finals, where teams are trying to purposely take each other out. I think what we're going to see is probably a more relaxed, even if we see them fight, give each other space, give each other positioning away from each other. So they're not fighting in the early game, trying to go for those late game points.
Yeah, usually that is the case. First day, PMPL, we're just starting back up. It's the new year. Teams typically will play a little bit slower, feel things out. But I just want to say, I feel like there are going to be some teams that have been in the competitive scene for so long that they kind of just don't have those, first day jitters whatsoever. And it being the fact that you only need top 16 from the league stage, you might see some of those teams just really go all out, even in the first game. So I really want to see at least 1 or 2 teams that really just display and show that dominance. Like, hey, you might be wanting to figure things out, but we're going to do what we want. And speaking about doing what we want, we're heading into the very first match of Erangel Highland. I'm excited. Are you ready for this?
Oh, I hear the electric guitar going here. Tute, and I am ready to rumble when it comes on to the Erangel first match here of PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring Split. Watching all of those players jump down onto the rolling hills, and I'm telling you, we are going to see, I think, some of these teams play a little bit more spaced out, play a little bit more relaxed, but we're starting off the northern side. That playing path, by the looks of it, should be going from that north to the south end, and I believe should be a, I think, fair playing path for this first game here for all of these players.
Yeah, I think it's a very western playing path, though, north to the south from the west side. So the east side of the map, I imagine, might be a little bit more difficult for these teams to fly into. We see some of these players right now, KURD Esports dropping in the North Georgia area. I don't see any other teams around them, so they should be getting this whole section to themselves, which is a nice start for them. Quick vehicle pickup there.
Still though, albeit KURD, yes, they're going to start off George Paul. And surprised, actually, I think that not many other teams were willing to go for George Paul. I was actually expecting, as we said, George Paul to say going to be one of these locations that we're going to be looted up. We're going to be trying to take advantage of for its space. I think more so where you can equally take one side of North George Paul to yourself. The other takes the more western side of it. Even South George Paul, where is that going to be in terms of these players? Instead, it's looking like Pachinki, where also Rad has stepped up in these smaller cities, where players are and teams are trying to go for that fighting. RTG already out of a city themselves when it comes to them being taken out.
What we see here is mostly just rotations. Like I said, this is the eastern side of the map. That plane was very west. So we see some potential engagements here as teams stretch towards the east to try to get to their drop spots. But luckily for them, nobody has taken any casualties. Everybody is still up and able to get to their respective loot spots. So a little bit of a tricky playing path, especially given the fact it's the very first game of the PMPL for a lot of these teams. But everybody does make it on safely.
Still, RTG going to be loading up, but it will be the first knock of the game so far as RTG. It's not going to be them, but YaLLa onto TKE and Gringo looking like they will be the first down. Powerful taking the first knock of the season. YaLLa, no less, still keeping true to form as they do from, I think, what has been a very formidable YaLLa coming out of 2021. We saw them step up when it came to the PMPL Arabia, managed to land themselves second place in the league stage in a full split. Then they managed to get even further up in a game towards the later stages coming up into PMGC. But YaLLa, they didn't do as great, I think, when it came to those final few moments when it came to PMGC itself. Not really having that impact that we thought they would have. Now, coming into spring, can we see YaLLa reshape themselves, reform? Because as you said, there were a lot of these stronger when it comes to more older teams that we can see in the PMPL Arabia, and YaLLa is one of them. YaLLa's been around since almost the beginning of PUBG Mobile and competition around Arabia.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with the YaLLa team, but the players, they've changed over time. The roster, year after year, different renditions, but YaLLa has always been a team that I've seen perform pretty well overall. So we are noticing a lot of split drop scenarios. We've seen 2 players already taken out, and each time a player is taken out on screen, I notice it's just that one player by himself, and then one enemy player confirming that elimination. So a lot of these teams are playing very comfortably split in the sense that they're confident enough to not just all drop in one area together and be grouped up, which is really good to see. I think that just shows that the Arabia scene has a lot of talented individual players that believe in their own skill, and they believe that they can, drop in their own area by themselves and manage to play accordingly.
Yes, we do see, as you said, rightly so, a lot of these players were predicted, giving itself some space to each other. But I'm more excited as we do see through this more slow beginning of this first game, how it's going to affect these teams coming in later into Phase 2, Phase 3. It does look like that zone. We can see the north of it was school, so it's going to be more of a slightly southern first phase zone into phase 2 here, Zute, for these teams, and I think that makes it slightly more interesting, is we potentially have some of that ocean towards the south in play, which therefore will draw these players in more so than they would have liked. Having some of that ocean in play, keeping those players from having as much space as they would have in a usual phase 1 and making it more restricted in terms of where they can be in their map.
So this is a southwestern first circle, which kind of complements the plane path, right? The plane path was on that western side. So we might see some teams be set up very early on in the first circle already. And rotations-wise, teams that stretch toward the east, they're going to have to, you know, hurry on up if they want to get a fast rotation in. But I will say, Highland, over the course of the years, I have noticed teams are prioritizing rotations a little bit less on circles 1 and 2 on Erangel, because they realize with the circle hardships, right? You don't need a center spot in the first couple of circles. If anything, it kind of works against you because teams will be surrounding you and it's harder for you to move out. And I've noticed the top teams are from around the world. They'll do that like hard rotation, maybe circle 3 and circle 4, but early on, they just play their side of the map and take some fights if they feel like they can take some isolated 4v4s and pick up some early elimination points.
And we saw that adaptation, I think, through from PMGC, Zute, which we were both a part of. We saw it in the beginning. It was those teams, as you said, taking those slightly earlier rotations, trying to find those power positions. But when we notice some of these harder shifts, yes, maybe not going to be in this first game, but if we do end up seeing some of those Southern Island finishes or bridge positions needing to be utilized by these squads, then that's where we're going to see more emphasis on what you say, right? Where you are waiting, you're trying to decide where is that zone going to end up, and I think you can still translate that through into a zone like this one, where yes, it's not going to be on those bridges, it's not going to be on that Southern Island, but it is going to be on those Gatka fields, and that is going to be a lot of flat open space that teams are going to have to traverse. So how are they going to do that? Make their rotations, as you said, through that flat open plane, and maybe take some of those powerful positions down towards the south, just above more Fairy Pier, those hills looking over those Gatka fields, even Quarry as well, another strong position.
Yeah, so I'm taking a look at the map stream right now just to give the audience a better idea of where the first circle is. Like you said, a lot of the military base is in zone. About, I would say 70% of the military base is on the southeastern side of the first circle, and a lot of the water is played. Basically, Fairy Pier, or a little bit north of Fairy Pier, is the center of the first circle. So that should give you guys all a very good idea of where we're going to be heading towards as far as where all the fights might start breaking out.
Still, rotations are going to be happening at phase 1. Make its turn through on to number 2, and as we said, that is going to be a southern zone, and as predicted, there is going to be some ocean side in play, but where it will go, that will be now to be said more so is looking towards those Gatka fields. To say it is going to be very open, and I think a lot of these teams, we said, hesitant to make it through onto those flat plains, but you are looking at those teams already settled inside of the center of the zone, and I think you're looking towards those teams like YaLLa down towards the south end. Now with such a hard shift onto phase 2, even Twisted Minds now into actually KONQUEROR. These two squads, I think, are going to be the ones in control. Is the fact that there is still some of that South North military island base in play, which means that bridge only now going to be important. The other end of the spectrum, Rad, those teams found it. You are looking at either making it very difficult rotating ground, southern kind of that middle portion, trying to quickly dip into that bridge and try and of North Korea itself.
Yeah, so I mean, welcome to the PMPL, right? It's your very first game of the entirety of the tournament, and we're gonna hit you with this circle. Yeah, the 50-50, well, I mean more 60-40 military base, but there's so much water in play that even though this is the second circle, we kind of in a sense just like jumped ahead to the fourth circle in terms of how much landmass is in play, right? So this zone already a very tricky zone. But you couple the fact that it's the very first game and teams are unfamiliar with one another, and some of these teams might be a little bit nervous or a little bit hesitant with their rotation or fights, this zone does not help anybody in terms of navigating the potential conflicts that are about to ensue.
And correctly yourself there, the shockwaves are about to hit because of the fact you are coupling a zone is suitable with, I think, the unpredictability of these teams. Yes, we can see some of these squads like Twisted Minds are keeping the same roster. We can assume what they're going to do based on previous seasons, but a lot of these, particularly RCG, as you can see, are completely new rosters, and as a result, how is that going to change approach? Players take it from one player. Are they going to be more aggressive? Are they going to try go for his powerful positions down towards the southern coastal line? You feel, yes, that lighthouse coverage, more of those buildings to the hill, heading into Acker Field, still going to be in play. Otherwise, are still looking at the South Island being the option. Are teams even going to try to position around that, or are they going to try to stay up to the north side?
You see YaLLa here readjusting their positions right there. Playing a little bit split, but deciding to group back up together. Usually this is circle 2. We will see team play split and continuing to play split, but even though this is circle 2, it's a circle 2 with so much water mass in play that there's not that much playable terrain, like I mentioned earlier, so we might see teams end up playing a bit closer together way earlier on, more than we're accustomed to seeing, as we have NASR Esports here taking some shots at Rad at distance. Rad, that's well, they still got 3 vehicles, 3 very nice vehicles.
They got one less now.
Yeah, they definitely do have 1 less, but ideally, if you can have 4, you want to keep 4, but 3 is very workable. But speaking about workable, let's see what these teams have to work with on the next circle shift. The next one's going to be a huge one. We still have 62 alive, Jake. So you were right. This is kind of a slower paced game. Teams are definitely feeling each other out. And
oh no.
Sheesh. Oh yes.
We are going.
Oh, yes.
We are trucking along here, Zute, with the difficulty curve. It is just gone like a roller coaster all the way to the top, and then they're going to be dropped down into the loop. I think all of these 6-2 players, you can already see some of them trying to make that crossing into the southern island, because you said it was 60-40. That phase, quote-unquote, 4 zone, I believe I would say just got into more of the phase 6, phase 7 here, Zute.
Yeah. Now that you mentioned it, Tyler, okay, there was actually 2 cars stuck in there. I don't know. There was a bug. That was interesting. But we are in circle 3. But by the looks of that, yeah, you're absolutely right. This is like, we just skipped ahead to like a circle 6. So now a lot of these teams are trying to take very pure boat rotations or swimming rotations. Rico Infinity is already set up here. One of their players is knocked. But it looks like they do have the upper hand in terms of their positioning. Unless if CONQUEROR Iraq here, with that flank, could lay in some more damage, Rico Infinity might actually be the one in trouble.
Now, CONQUEROR Iraq, they've been here for the longer time in around Therapy. Zute Reva has managed to shoot a back entrance into the side of Rico Infinity's team. You can see the nades. Caligar is keeping him busy from the front, but it is now crucial on the back entrance. That nade might have given him away. Bandoff Prestige will make it more difficult as they send in the nades. The smoke keeps them busy and bay for now. But Reva, he holds his position, but it's actually the rest of Rio who takes the first knock as ID7 goes down. Ida now going to be the first knocked out of Rico Infinity's team. More smokes, putting them into the dark. But CONQUEROR is still not making the move with the knock.
I love how Reva is playing this. He does have the flank, but he's playing it safe. He's not going overly aggressive, because the second he gets knocked, that's so much pressure relief for Rico Infinity. So instead, he's just playing it safe, staying alive, and Rico Infinity feels that pressure, and he's going to rely on his teammates on the other end and start engaging. But we see another team rotating in. This could be a third-party engagement as CONQUEROR Iraq tried to finish out this fight. Rico Infinity down to 1. He takes some shots, and that is Rico Infinity, the first team to be eliminated. One of the more veteran teams too, I might add. So that's definitely surprising to see.
Yeah, massive veteran players from Rico Infinity team to go down first. And you saw, unfortunately, there, Reva as well being completely engulfed by 1M. Unfortunately, they just could not hold out that third-party pressure, but still, KONQUEROR, they are in the driving seat. They can stop this further rotation coming through, but they will take the boat and instead avoid completely all the fighting. 1Million Esports on their way towards the South Island like so many others, but because they are late, you see that next shift is gone over complete to the South Island, and I think now the onus is on, I think, the rest of, yes, Falcon, here Triple D, to make those plays, to make those flashy first games happen, because they are the ones with so much power.
Yeah, we saw they were the only team on Military Island, just like a circle previous. Now with that new shift, there's actually quite a few teams that did manage to rotate and navigate their way in there. Dunak Esports right here on that military base. They were here first, but ooh, what a beautiful nade and the trade grenade. A 1-for-1, except Dunak definitely can get that revive. I can't say the same for the other team. Headquarter trying to do what they can to survive there, and I think, yep, there goes Headquarter, the second team to be eliminated. We still have 48 alive, Highland, even given such crazy zones. I think that just goes to show these teams are very experienced, and no matter how crazy this circle shifts, they'll manage to stay alive for as long as possible.
Well, Ragnar, talking about veterans here, another one, YaLLa, struggling to cross this bridge is Triple D Esports. They have got them locked and loaded, ready to fire down. Ragnar, Sanji have pressed onto the front of this bridge side, but they can go no further. The truck, the only safety that they have is Triple D, but they aren't interested in this fight as Human does get knocked, and there goes the pressure, as you say, relieved for YaLLa to cross the bridge, and Knife Saif will be moving further back into that zone for more of a slow, steady rest of this game, because they don't have that extra player. However, YaLLa is respected from the backside, and Falcon there strike one down, but Ragnar quickly backed with the second, as they will try to make those revives, but on the edge of the zone, they both need to get moving, because look at who's coming on that northern side. Here's the third party. I see an RTG. They want it.
Ooh, RTG slamming right in. Two players in the back keeping that Overwatch. Player up close taking the fight. I think those jump shots do connect, as KSRAM taking over that dump truck area right there. That's a good entry breach in, and YaLLa's actually down to 2 players. YaLLa only has 2 players up. One gets knocked and finished, and just like that, YaLLa's pushed from behind and shot from all sides, and YaLLa gets taken out. What a breach by RTG Esports KURDSQUAD. You mentioned this as a team that we want to keep an eye out for, and that was absolutely beautifully done.
They completely obliterate YaLLa in the midst of those third parties, but 1Million, talking about the opposite end of that spectrum, though, slow rotations happening through from them as they will barely assault onto the beach, but they go any further because Twisted Minds are there on the outskirts. That zone is closing in once more, and I think that road really, Zute, is the crux of a lot of these teams. You can see that big, massive A road there, stopping, I think, one team from crossing onto the other side of the map, and that, again, if it continues to stay like this, will be a massive factor into who survives and depending where that zone shifts.
They're trying to reach onto the water side, but I think they did get eliminated. And there is one more team still fully in the water towards that northwest side. But the next zone goal is about to shift on out, and it centers right up into the middle of the zone. So not a hardship. These teams will get a little bit of a break from the insane hardships we've seen earlier. And of course, Team Falcons in a comfortable position now as they have gotten the circle and they have some compounds to work with for hard cover.
1Million, as slow as they were trying to enter in onto that zone, no. RTG still control the bridge, though. Such a powerful position here, Zute, is that zone. Phase 5 has shifted into their hands even more so. That road going to, as we said, be a massive stopper for those more western side squads to rotate on into. However, as we do come in towards the slower rotations of Phase 5, Falcons still surviving on the edge, and I think this is what it's about here, Zute. It is about survival, because if you aren't a team like RTG's for picking up the kills, as almost might be the opposite. Vito goes down, actually, they're striking back, and they're not quite done here when it comes to looks. Kaz finds one. They can't take down the second. They found their entrance on in. Zute, they're going to struggle to get up this bridge, though. That is the next step that they need to go forward.
They're using their knock they got to apply more pressure. You see the smokes coming out now. They're moving a little bit closer with those grenades. They definitely will push this RTG team, as that's the next position in circle closest to them, so it only makes sense. The grenades aren't connecting, though. They're getting somewhat close. And RTG playing a 2-2 split. The players at the top of the bridge can't even really support them. But they are getting support from the Falcons side of things, as they're shooting in from underneath the bridge on the left side. One of the KAMIKAZE players gets knocked, potentially able to get revived here. But RTG is not letting up the pressure. They do not want them to get any closer.
It's crucial that nade though, Zute. RTG trying to fight on two different fronts. NASR Falcon pressing onto the top side. And KAMIKAZE only putting added pressure as that third team to oppress him. The nade has confirmed into a knock, and that'll be the 8th kill there for RTG Esports KURDSQUAD in his first game alone. Stepping up to the platter as we hoped they would be, at least one of these teams. Almost finding the 9th there. They will grab it. Dar goes down, but it's finally Kante knocked away by Falcons, who steals away the last kill. And KAMIKAZE down in 18th position. But really still sort of should have 6 here as we're going down to 17 players alive. Falcon still up as that full squad, and we said they are the contenders here on Erangel, Zute, and they still have all the players compared to all of these other teams minus RTG with 4.
RTG also has 4, and with that next circle shift, we're going to expect a clash between these two teams. Team Falcons and RTG will try and fight for a similar spot in the circle, so this is a 4v4 scenario. The circle shifted a little bit south for the both of them. RTG, they got to use more smoke still, though, because there's so many teams with huge sight lines. The high ground, as you can see, Dunak here, able to take a peek at RTG. They're going to need more smokes if they want to survive this. But Dunak themselves needs to rotate in from the high ground to the low ground, so they got to time this one perfectly as well.
Dunak slowly approaching on the edge of the blue zone, though, as that blue zone is closing in. They did make their position known. They still got a long way to come in here, Zute, but that's going to be punishing for them to give away that position so early. Rico now knocked, and as that zone closes in, they will lose that player, unable to make the revive happen. They go in with 2, the vehicle smoking. Can they get over the top? Yes, they find themselves in the dip for now, but they're still not inside the zone. Phase 6 still a threat behind them.
I do like their play, though. They realize the spot they want in zone. If they go into it now, they will just get taken by RTG outright. So they're going to stop short outside of the zone to maybe soften up RTG for them to go on in. But with 2 players up and a beautiful nade by RTG, Dunak is not looking too good to make it into this one.
Life, a brave revive here, but is Clever the only one? And I think RTG, they know it. They can only sense another nade on top into the smoke, makes it even more obvious where to throw them. They do manage to make the revive happen. Life has to go back, though, in a secondary fighting between NASR and Falcons. Falcons behind a hill as well. NASR on top, and NASR, I think, we're a great spot here to take away the first chicken dinner if they can find it. Life straight back down again. Clever, again, is a solo player. Has to make the move now, but as the smokes dissipate, Zute, it only makes it even more troublesome as RTG, they don't want to even consider the solo. They're going straight in onto the zone.
They definitely didn't forget about this player. But if they did and Dunak or Clever gets some shots in the back, that would be a huge blunder. And it looks like the fight on the other side is breaking out. NASR and Falcon taking a fight. It's a 2v1 situation, I believe, as Team Falcons playing so aggressively well. Just like you said, they are the threat on Erangel, and it's looking like they're going to keep that threat.
Yeah, indeed. Here it will be Falcons, the only one now heading further forward, and RTG need to move further in onto the zone. 4 players alive versus the 3 of Falcons.
Falcons, the only advantage they have is some of the high ground, but the zone definitely favors RTG. And not only that, RTG Esports KURDSQUAD has 4 players up. This should be their game, as the Falcons will have to push on in. And RTG is not going to give the Falcons any easy openings either. You can see right now, the Falcons just trying to sweep around the circle to make sure they've eliminated all the teams around them before having to push this RTG team, because they know this is going to be a difficult push, one that's most likely not going to work out in their favor.
Still, Falcons, as much as they have the high ground, they need to move down off of it, and RTG, they have the upper hand, I believe, here, Zute, with that zone. As you can see them center on in. Karam will be the first to take it. Inside a dip, they strike back, and Katana almost goes down for trying to take one out. As a backfire is proving a little bit much, but now it's a phase 7 zone. Strikes further forward, RTG. They make a assault further in, and Falcons. Katan, back healed, almost gets dropped once more. Back under the rock, they can't do anything to avoid it. They have found one on Volt in the backside, but it's his front threats. That's where the danger really lies. And it's down to Damar to find that off angle to try and strike him down.
Oh my god, Falcons actually playing this so beautifully well. They're playing it so patient, using the grenades, getting that long range knock in the back was huge, and now it's down to a 3v1. RTG had everything going in their favor, but the Falcons are about to close this one out, Highland.
Oh, they are, and they're about to spread their wings strong on Erangel into this first game and show us why they were so oppressive in on Erangel here. Zute, the first game, straight away to Falcons, and I was worried about them because Spring Split 2021, they looked amazing on Erangel. Full Split 2021, they looked a little bit shaky, but now we're back onto Spring again, is back on top to the other end of that coin, and they are looking phenomenal against RTG. Again, another favorite going down, and I think as much as we can give it to Falcons for such a massive win and being one of the favorites, it wasn't as smooth for all of those favorites. So Zute, a lot of fluctuation in those first game of results, and I think the big shocker for me was Rico Infinity team going down in 16th position.
Yeah, Rico Infinity, a very experienced team going down very early. But to be honest with you, Highland, I don't think any teams, I mean, coming into PMPL day one, you can only be so prepared, right? There's no footage review. There's no homework that can be done. But you throw those circle shifts on top of that, I don't think we were ready to cast a game like that either. Like, I had my mindset ready, like, okay, teams are going to feel each other out. We're going to see some, like, typical circles, some setups. We might see something surprising here and there from some teams. But my God, those circle shifts, I can't even blame Rico Infinity for going out so early. Like, what do you do when the circle just, on the very first game of the very first day of the entirety of PMPL Arabia, you get those zones? Like, come on. Like, what was that?
That's my influence. I'm sorry, Zute. Like, I should have forewarned you, but I like to have, you know, these dangerous zones happen. And I may have bribed the PUBG Mobile gods to strike us in onto a disgusting first phase and first game here on PMPL Arabia. But I think, to be fair to them, it all went wrong when they tried to approach through onto Ferry Pier. And considering that they were actually stuck there trying to fight not only, I think, KONQUEROR, but also you had 1Million in the back end, there really was no way for them so late on the rotations, and it all came down, as you say, to those teams who almost got lucky in a way to have that strong position in the zone. But again, luck wasn't all about it, because, as we said, Falcons, despite their ugly position at the end, still managing to take away RTG.
Yeah, shout outs to the Falcons. I'm already a fan. The patience of the execution in that 3v4 at the end zone was done beautifully. They knew they were at a disadvantage having to break into the circle, and RTG set up multiple different positions to lock everything down. But the Falcons, they just took their time. The blue zone was pressing in on them, but they just took their time and they didn't try and rush in anything. They used their util, they took long-range shots where they could, and they cleaned it up quite beautifully.
Yeah, and I think also, to be fair, it's not just RTG Falcons. There were a lot of fighting and contention from NASR in third. Unfortunate that they did lose that hill fight towards Falcons, but again, a strong performance for another favorite. But then I think you also look towards some of these other teams who are surviving towards the end. And I think as you look, I believe into those likes of 1 million, into I think also Spectre surviving in towards the very end of those few phases. Those are going to matter in terms of those placement points as well. Getting those extra boosts onto your team, yes, you didn't survive to the final 3, final 2, but you did manage to get those phases and those placement points in onto your hand and get a few kills alongside it and setting you up strong on that first game onto now Miramar as well.
Yeah, so we are going to be going on to Miramar, and for the teams that didn't do too well in that match, I feel like that's a game you could quite literally just write off, right? It's not like a circle. Those circle shifts like rarely ever happen. So it's not like you did bad and you need to practice those shifts. I mean, those shifts were just so crazy that if you did bad that round, just write it off. It's fine. We'll have a lot more Erangel games to play, probably some more normal, quote-unquote, Erangel games for them. But that was a tough one, but it was definitely quite a jump start to this PMPL Arabia.
Yeah, it certainly was here, though, Zute. And I think, to be fair to them, you're looking also at... yes, they are more aggressive zone mixed with also the more passive playstyle. That is the other problem of it, is that you have these players in at the start of the first game of the first season here of the year, trying to play on the edge of their zone, trying to play towards the north side of the Gatka fields, and then as a result of it, because instead they are forced into that very southerly shift, A, and then the B part of that being the fact that it was so hard with the water involved as well. That's where I think a lot of those teams, as you said, should write it off, because it is going to be inevitably a bountiful amount of kills going against them when it comes to trying, and a bountiful amount of fights going against them when it comes to trying to get into that zone later on. And we said it, phase 3 almost feeling like a phase 6 in that first game.
Oh yeah. That was that was quite a skip in terms of, you know, pacing. But I want to say, like, Triple D, right? They were the only team on the military base side when we saw that hard shift. Yet they went out very early. So getting the circle is not always as easy as we got the circle, let's close this one out.
Rightly so, and to close it in on to some of the best optimal moments here from our first game is Twitter Mind setting up against 1 million, and this is where we can see some of these lower teams new to, of course, PMPL in terms of veteranship, struggling. And RTG, not so much, but of course they did have that strong position. Even against the veteran players of RE, there was just nothing that some of these players could do because of how deadly this zone was.
RTG had a really good finish, but they had to take out the team of YaLLa on the bridge to secure that spot. So they definitely fought for their position. I think every team towards the late game had to fight for their position. As you can see here, this was towards the end game when Falcon took out NASR, took the high ground priority position. And even though the circle shifted away from them, the use of grenades, util, and of course, their mechanics, their gunshots were all on point, and it left the RTG team in a 3v1 scenario, and there was not much he could do from there on out.
No, there's nothing at all that they could do. Falcons taking away the win, of course, striking their first game of the season. And I think, to be fair to Falcons, they now need to see if they can echo that on Miramar. We knew that they were going to be strong here, Zute, on Erangel. We predicted as much. But Miramar, in history, hasn't been so hot for them. We're going to have to see how they perform, though, after the break, as we will be heating it up onto Miramar just after a short break. Welcome back, everyone, to PMPL Arabia Spring Split for 2022. Here myself, and we're joined by the wonderful Zute, as always. Zute, we had what was an absolutely disgusting first game here, can we say. We're just going to erase that from history. But to be fair, it's not just that. We've got to shape it up a little bit. We've got to match that disgustingness with a little bit of beauty. And of course, that is the Opera Reno 6 Flow. And upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Of course, celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Opera Reno 6 series of designated smartphones, PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports 2022. Zute, it's Miramar time this time around. And we said it. Hot desert, hot action from game number 1. Are we going to see that in game number 2? Tell me right now.
I mean, yes. We're just jumping straight into it. Like, from one fire into another.
I know.
Yeah, from one fire into another. We literally just caught our breaths from that first Erangel game. Which, by the way, if you guys missed it, because you're tuning in like maybe an hour late, 30 minutes late, whatever the case might be, just rewind the stream real quick. And you guys will see what we, and not just we, the players had to go through on the very first game of the PMPL Arabia. Like, kid you not, I might be setting up myself for like, I might be cursing this, but I don't think we're gonna get a crazier game than we did on that very first game for at least like a whole entire week. That first game was
we're going into dangerous territory now, Zuse, with me. I mean, to be fair, if they rewind, I'm scared that they're just gonna like remove their eyeballs after that first game, because quite frankly, that was horrific to watch. And we are gonna have what is gonna be a slightly more devious first phase zone on this game too, as it's gone from the plain path, which has been more easterly. Yeah, that's fine, but well, hello to a westerly zone for phase number 1, and a lot of these teams, as you can see, already making their way over, trying their best to head towards the power grid side to create a field about as far as they're gonna get.
Yeah, so the only insane crazy circles I can help it here would be like we get an El Pozo ending or a San Martin ending, right? This circle's looking a bit more friendly, to say the least, compared to the Erangel circle, and you never hear that too often. I don't think I've ever said in my time of casting, yeah, this Miramar circle looks a lot easier than an Erangel circle, but that last one was a tough one.
That was a disgusting circle, to say the least, and can see teams again gonna be struck against the will be around the rest of his northern side. Nigma Galaxy, we didn't see too much of them in that first game, and we hyped him up. Of course, PMGC, yeah, Nigma can be all the hype, all the rage, but I want to see how we do in game number 2, because they almost eated away when it came to that first game, Zute.
Yeah, so we do have Group E playing now. These teams did sit out on the first game. We have 963 Egypt playing Nigma Galaxy, Revolution, and the Mind Weapon. So these are 4 teams that, luckily for them, honestly, luckily for them, they didn't have to go through the nightmares of that game number 1. So let's see how they do now in this one, though, because this is pretty much their first game of the day, whereas these other teams at least had one game to kind of warm up, if you could call game number 1 a warm-up. And Group D is setting out for this one. So for Group D, the teams you won't see in this one is DDD Esports, KAMIKAZE, Rico Infinity, and the Stalwart UAE team.
Still, as we do see, as we said, some of these players, some of these teams, again, going to chart their best to go off for what has been a more quiet first phase, quiet second phase as well. And I think, to be fair, we saw that kind of ruined completely. We could say utterly destroyed, set fire to when it came to that first game's worth of zones. Again, no players are going to start it a little bit more slowly here. Now, YaLLa, I'm surprised in Picado here, because oftentimes when it came to Arabia, Zute, it would always be YaLLa versus either Falcons, it used to be in Picado, who would always drop there. Now, Falcons not here, clearly, because they are going to be playing in Group A, so it's a little bit of respite. But I'm intrigued to see now what YaLLa will do, because if Falcons, of course, aren't here in this first Miramar game to contest them, are they going to have that slower rotation that they usually used to have in the past, where they don't rotate until about 8 minutes out of Picado? Or are they going to take advantage of that and try to find a position more, as we said, in that westerly facing zone?
Yeah, I think with this first circle, YaLLa should take a little bit of advantage, because that westernly circle zone does include a lot of areas of just high ground, right? And you get those high ground balanced off of those low ground dips into another high ground area just all throughout the map. So I think YaLLa should definitely try to take advantage of it. As you know, in game number 1, YaLLa didn't have the best of the results. I do believe YaLLa only finished that game number 1 with a total of 6 points, right? We saw Team Falcons. They got that chicken dinner, and they absolutely crushed it on the game-ending, play in that 3v4, and they got themselves a total of 28 points, 13 eliminations. And speaking about eliminations, we might see some coming soon onto your screen already. Revolution and Twisted Minds getting very close to one another.
Revolution, Smoker, cooking up the nade onto Kato. It goes down. Will it land? No, it won't. It goes just slightly short. And over the head of Kato. One fired back. Will not be the answer, though, as Smoker's still continuing further forwards. Giving a little bit more space, though, to Twisted Minds, is I don't think either of them here wanting to fight so early on. Twisted Minds heading further back. And Zute, I think that this is probably a smarter decision here from Twisted Minds. They don't need to fight this section, and I think actually Twisted Minds, to avoid this fight, to go further into zone with the vehicles they do have. Scouting out is enough. That information on Revolution is enough.
I do really like the fact how both teams, though, they poked their heads out. They poked at each other, see if one team was gonna give way with a a grenade entry, grenade knock, and then we might have seen them actually take the fight. But it's the fact that they weren't scared to get some of that information and to try and see if they could get advantage. And the disengage, of course, was done really beautifully well. So both teams not losing a single player, but both teams explore the options of potentially picking up some eliminations early on.
Yeah, of course, Revolution starting off still when it comes to, of course, this season of PMPL. But for YaLLa, they've already had one game, and they're currently standing right now when it comes to 12th position in the placements overall. Now, they didn't have a great first game. This is their opportunity now to again, if you are from Group A, alongside, I think, Falcons, the opposite end of that spectrum, being so high up, to get those points in on Miramar, to get those points in on these next 3 games, because keep in mind, at the end of each day, well, Group A, they don't play, so a lot of those points, they have to be garnered before the end of the day to make sure that other these teams from Group P and the rest aren't knocking them out of the league stage into the Super Weekends.
But as far as the qualifying into Super Weekend goes, it's only the top 16. And when I say only top 16, yeah, it does sound really easy out of 20 teams. You just need top 16. But for the teams that might be, having a slower start, it gets very nerve-wracking towards the end of day 1 and going into day 2 when you don't have a decent start, because you're potentially missing out on an entire 3 days if you don't make that top 16. And to put it simply, no matter how well these teams do, there's going to be 4 teams that will miss out on the Super Weekend, no matter what happens in today and tomorrow.
KONQUEROR also doing some scouting here against NASR. Neither going to pop their heads out, though. Again, it's going to be a slow beginnings in through phase number 1 in Zute. I don't think either of these teams, any really, are willing to fight. However, I'm still concerned about one down towards the south. I don't know about you, but KURD 12, I don't know what they're doing down there. They're having a holiday when it comes to that first phase zone, and it only gets worse, because that turns into a little bit of a nightmare, as that zone does head up towards the north end, and I think a lot of difficulty here on this second phase zone, because it has now shifted around what is going to be realistically the not only power grid, but really the San Martin and having into the Patson area. And that's where Twisted Minds, I'm really hoping, alongside, as we said, KONQUEROR, also should I say, yeah, KONQUEROR will be taking advantage of.
So I just made a bold prediction. Like the only crazy circle we'll see here is potentially a Hacienda or San Martin ending. I mean, San Martin's dead center right now, but even if it doesn't end in San Martin, you saw on that map, there is just high ground mountaintops surrounding the San Martin area, 360 all around. So it's going to be difficult for teams to navigate that area once the zone starts closing up there more. And KONQUEROR getting the first elimination of the Miramar match. Some really nice shots downrange. I think they did blow up a vehicle and confirm their knock.
YaLLa. Yes, will be, as you said, able to strike down one. The church on Graveyard so powerful, but I think really, as you said, there is only realistically one way that the zone could shift. And I mean, do we jinx it? Do we say that a Death Valley could be an appearance there if it goes high up north once more? I mean, that towards water treatment could be realistically the only way I also see it really going into some devious third, fourth phase zone for these teams to cope with. But it is, I think, with this second phase being so kind, giving a lot of space to those teams, as you said, the high ground, the information that's going to be available with that to scout out other teams, very kind to slow the pace down again to allow these teams to make more informed rotations further in.
I'm taking a look at the map stream right now, Highland, and K12, they're still in the blue. They're quite literally just sunbathing in the blue zone right now. Whereas all the other teams that you see on your screen right now, they've pretty much set up their position on the map, and they're just holding their split defense, waiting for the next circle shift until they plan out the next potential rotation or fight. And K12 is going to join the party extremely late.
Still, K12, I mean, they could get sunburnt, to be fair, if they stay down long enough. I mean, yes, it's only phase one. It's like a little tickle against the back of their neck hairs, but it gets a little bit more than a tickle. Well, we could say it gets like maybe into a little bit tickle of the back hairs, and then into a little bit of a burn, phase 3, phase 4, into some roasting for K12. And I think they're going to have, being so far in that zone, we talked about information given to those in the high hills. None of that for K12. They're going to be a lot of it in the dark when it comes to getting into that phase 2, phase 3 points. And that could be something that bites them in the bum later on of this second game. But I think as long as they start to play it slow, as long as they're following the edge of that zone, K12, they shouldn't have to worry so much. They can still play that slow. It is only phase 2, but we do need to pick up the pace, as they are still a fair few hundred meters out. And depending on where this zone goes, it could get very much worse for them, hoping for that southern shift.
I love Twisted Mind's split right there in the middle of their screen right now. They're doing a massive split in the San Martin area. One in the city, one in the high ground north of San Martin. And of course, taking the western hilltops, which the circle does shift towards. So we will be kind of moving away from the San Martin city. And Twisted Minds have a beautiful position on top of that hill. You see two of their players already starting to rotate to group up there, as so many of these other teams will have to congregate in from the eastern side. Question is, will they move into San Martin? A lot of teams don't want to move in this early to San Martin because you kind of get stuck in that city, but with that circle shift, it's going to force them into that area.
Unfortunate though, here for the rest of Revolution, going to be stuck still in their own location that they've been holding for all game. As 9-6-3 Egypt, of course, another one of those Group E teams stepping up onto Miramar. Putting in the pressure though for now, they won't be able to find any knocks, so Rex only goes low enough, but will be able to revive with a first aid kit straight back into healthy position. Phase 3. And I think going to be strong here for Revolution overall, just to stay on this mountainside. They don't need to give this position up. Yes, they are on the edge, you could say, but for now, the information that they're getting off of that edge, and assuming still, if you are one of these players, that there are teams to come in from that southern end to rotate in onto this next phase, Revolution can play it slow. They can play it patient and allow the fighting of these other teams to happen, then come in as that third party.
You're absolutely right about that one. So yeah, they are going to just hold that high ground, wait for the next circle shift. Even if they wanted to rotate deeper in, that team that they were fighting with is going to lay in so much damage that it's almost not worth it to scout a bit more central. And we're in the third circle heading into the fourth, and everyone knows that fourth circle is notorious for the hard shift. So there's a good chance that they might have to just take a completely different pathing regardless of if they're able to get past the team in front of them or not. So this is the slower start that I was expecting. We're about to head into Circle 4. Still 62 players alive, only 2 casualties so far. These teams are feeling each other out, but I do love how a lot of teams, looking at the minimap, are still playing pretty split up. They're confident enough in one another to take up more territory, take up more ground, to have that information and that extra added pressure across the zone.
And I think that's why also phase 4 there, as you say, is going to be then that next hard shift. Because you say, if you are playing so split, that then restricts the player even more, and you see situations like this where trying to play split gets you punished the moment you try to come back together. 4K Esports sniping away one of the 1 million crew, down to 3 players, and down 61 in total. Outside of the zone, 1 million, one of those slightly slower rotations in. They can wrap around the edge of that mountain. They shouldn't have to worry about 4K Esports so much, but then they do have to contend with Falcons if they go slower. And for this situation, coming in onto the zone, this is going to be the struggle for a lot of those teams, not only 1 million, but on that more eastern front, getting around the city. Yes, you can avoid it, but then you're into the open expanse of those mountains, of those roads that you're trying to cross. And I think that's something that really, as you said, Twisted Minds and their split, as you mentioned earlier on, can take strong advantage of.
Yeah, so we did see the circle shift up north. A lot of these teams will have to move their way up there. Twisted Minds with a beautiful high ground position now, but Team Falcons making their way in, and well, they're keeping up the momentum from game number 1, taking out a team on their way to the next circle. You see them doing a little bit of a scouting as they're fighting their way in, clearing out the hilltops, but they're going to be met against 4K at the same exact time. But 4K is actually going to try and rotate off, rotate away. This is going to give the Falcons, Team Falcons, kind of an entryway in, and I don't know if that was the right decision by 4K. They've backed themselves kind of into a deeper corner.
Well, he wanted to try to take control of this hillside, but the problem being that 4K, as long as they can't get on top of that hill, they don't have the vision onto Falcons. So as a result, they don't have the prowess to fight. And keep in mind, coupled there by also another third party on the back end of 4K only makes it feel even worse, as Falcons also, they are feeling that struggle. Steps back up, executes down one as Damar takes out Anaconda. In striking into the back of 4K without the vision, they now split away into 3 separate locations. Golden is a crucial third off angle here for them. If Golden goes down, we'll grab now a second in behind, but Mortal is last. It needs to continue that pressure up to allow him to escape out of Falcon's reach.
The second 4K gave up this position and grouped up closer together under that hill was the fatal mistake that they made. And I really like what Team Falcon's doing here. They are taking a fight, picking up some elims, and at the same time, they already sent a player into the zone to secure a spot. But I think Falcons are making a big mistake here. Quatan pressing in by himself. Oh no, he does have a teammate, but his teammate also got tagged up really hard by Golden. Golden holding down this tree in a very valiant fashion. And oh, the peek out, but Damar with the better shots will take down Golden.
Damar finds it, and I think it was also HQ, headquarters there in the back end, who were really falling aside there for 4K Esports. You just couldn't find, as you say, that position, giving that up. But straight into the next fight, as YaLLa also burning away here is powerful, will just tick down into nothingness. Essentially also needing a revive. RTG Esports continuing their assault, but 0 kills right now. They cannot enter in onto the building. NASR and coupled destruction from K12 on the other end. Still pressuring here. Sarah. RTG, the other members, Volt, Vito on the other side. They cannot find the execution onto YaLLa right now. And I think it's going to be down to a wait here, realistically, for RTG, because they do need to keep in mind that equally advanced zone goes to the opposite direction, up towards Twisted Mind's side. Easily then Kasarm gets put into a position where, yes, outside of the zone, they are going to be vulnerable to being stopped.
So the circle does shift off all the teams you have here on screen. So K12, RTG, YaLLa. Only one of those teams are going to make it into the next circle because they are going to have to fight each other on the way in. And even once they get to that circle, what's not to say that another team won't come in and take them out. So this is that circle shift. We're heading into the phase where teams will start dropping like flies. I mean, we're down to 34 players alive. Keep that in mind. We only have 34 up, and there's 12 teams. There's a lot of teams with only solo players and maybe duo players. But RTG, K12 pressing on to RTG. There's only one player here of KS Vito. He goes for that drop shot, though. Does work out. Bardashani down to 1 HP. Just one bullet. Does he go for the push? And the quick peek will take out RTG.
RTG completely wiped, and they just couldn't manage to find their way through onto YaLLa. But YaLLa now also the same problem here is they've lost Sanji. Ragnar and Hopen have to try find their move into the next phase. They will bravely go for the revive. Phase 5 could be risky though, giving now even more information, more time to KURD12 to step further forward. Will they go for the kills? They will. But equally, you have to remember, KURD12, they need to get into the zone as well, or else struggle the problem that we have of the YaLLa crew, where Rad gatekeep both of them.
Yeah, so YaLLa's got to time this rotation in a way where K12 just doesn't shoot them for free. So they're just going as slow as they can, but after breaching that area, oh, I love what Hope is doing here. He's stopping short of the circle to apply some pressures onto the K12 team. And yeah, YaLLa realizes this. It is just certain death if they were just to rotate in front of everybody. So they're going to stop and apply some pressure, maybe pick up some points. One of the K12 members does get grenaded, as the other one unknown in the same instant, trying to rotate further into zone. So this is going to work out for YaLLa. YaLLa definitely made the right decision here.
They will grab one kill for their efforts as Sanji goes down. K12. They do also make it into the zone, but now only as the solo player. Unknown equally blowing up through the smoke as there comes a couple through from Sanji. Grabs both of them. Nigma Galaxy, though, they are the next ones in to the firing line. Is Rad, we mentioned it. They've got the strength, they've got the power, but they're also fighting up against Headquarter. And it is that power for the top of this hill here, Zute, because that's where the high ground, it really matters to take advantage. As Nigma Galaxy, too much pressure given over to.
Oh no, that player got knocked in the blue zone, trying to get that first aid off. Definitely not engaging the damage of the blue zone correctly there. But either way, Headquarters getting hard gate kept by the Raw team. Rod right now up to 6 eliminations, 4 players up, and with that new zone shift, they control the entire western north side of this circle. They're putting themselves in a really good position. The Falcons also eliminated, and just like that, we're down to 17. We got 2 teams though, no, 3 teams with 4 players still up. That is Rod, Twisted Mind, and 963. 963 lining up a nice grenade right there. Doesn't connect. It does not fully connect. It does get a re-knock, but it doesn't get the entire team finished. And just as I say that, the follow-up grenade. Beautiful nades by 963.
They grabbed both of them immediately, and 963, who had played what have been a slow playstyle, but he didn't fight, keep in mind, versus Revolution. He gave up that fight because he had lower ground, but now, again, fighting from lower ground against a different opponent, in Twisted Minds, who also, yes, they picked up one squad's worth of kills, but they had been quiet all game, waiting. But now they have to move. The zone has gone away from them, and 963, they will actually out-rotate them. They will take the position, and they're going to have to bend off Conqueror because he finds one. He finds 2! Conqueror striking down both. Surprise, 963 down. Drop death.
What can YaLLa do here, though, on the western side of the zone as the other fight breaks out on the eastern side? It's a 2v4 situation. Rod with the high ground and the man advantage does not look good for YaLLa, but you see Rod respects them though. They're not just pushing straight on in. They realize YaLLa does have somewhat of a good position if they were to take this fight, and they're gonna let the blue zone work YaLLa instead, as YaLLa still not in the zone, nor do they have a foothold in the zone.
Work it, twerk it, YaLLa, because Rats, they got you covered against the blue, and there is no way that they can move themselves out of it. Twisted Minds. Also, keep in mind, have that off angle over onto YaLLa Esports. For now, they must wait patiently. But inside the center, Conqueror, keep in mind, was a crucial double knock on to 963, who fell down into that 5th place, but I think now they met their match as the entirety of Twisted Minds scrape over Conqueror Iraq, and they will fall into almost another knock straight onto YaLLa with a help of Rad. 1-2 picks them apart. Delhat finishes them off, and down to the fight between the two. Sada is down though, so it is advantage 4-3 for Twisted Minds.
Sada not getting the instant revive either, so Twisted Minds are taking advantage of that. A beautiful grenade by Rokus. That's going to open this fight up wide open for the Twisted Minds to close this out. And you can see right here, they know they have the advantage of pressing very heavy. Rokus going back and forth, trying to bait out some info, bait out some gunshots so he can line up another grenade. Twisted Minds, though, they get the zone, so they're not going to rush this. They're going to allow for the reset, which I can't really blame them because they know they have the circle and they have such a good defensive position now in that next circle that they should be able to close it out, just forcing Rod to push it to them.
Well, Rad Belhap, he's trying his best off on the side to take a 1v1 onto Rolky as he can't bind the palm trees too thick, boy. As Satan now tries himself. Rolky is trying his best but cannot get the angle. They're trying to research, but here is also Figures waiting the moment they step up on top of the hill, and it's this 3rd position. Volk is causing so much trouble. Yes, he finally goes down, but Twisted Minds, were they doing anything with it? They're trying to wrap around the back end of Rad. Vigors tries his best, but doesn't find a knock, and this is Rad, who, yes, they didn't get eliminated by the surprise. They now control the rest of this map, down to a 2v2. As Vigors down behind the crate, tries his best, find another knock. Vigors makes it in. Still, 2 players remaining. Twisted Mind, Delhap, the only one he was Satan on the other end. Munir, still alive, still trying to crawl his way over to Satan for the revive. Dami carefully edging his way over the top of his hillside as Delhap also doing the same on the other side. Trying again to take a page out of Twisted Mind's book, surprise them, but Twisted Minds say no. They take down Delhap, and Dami steps further forward for the flush, but almost gets taken out themselves. It's down to the only solo player, Satan. They go in for the flushing play, and they get it. They grab it. Twisted Minds, the 2nd game for themselves here as they find success.
I love how Twisted Minds played that one out. They had the advantage 4v2 off of those 2 initial first knocks, but when they saw the circle shift back towards them, they realized there's a chance this could go wrong if we keep pressing them, so we're just going to let them press into us. And even then, it got a little bit dicey. You saw Rokus. He is pretty much half committed to pushing the team, and when that circle shifted back, he had to force himself to play defensive, but it was at a low ground position and a not too great of a spot behind that tree, and he did end up getting knocked. But still, the rest of the team played their formations well, and they closed that one out, and that was a really good game for Twisted Minds. I love how the 2 teams, I mean, we highlighted a couple teams, but the teams you did highlight that you expected to, do well or come out swinging, I mean, game 1 and game 2, you've already been proven correct, Highland.
I mean, yeah, I said it. Twisted Minds were also the other one on Miramar. They get the kills, they get the chicken dinner, they get that W. There's Ute. But to be fair to them, it was a fight. Rad, they tried their best to go through to that underside. They tried, as we said, to take that almost secondary page at what Twisted Minds were doing. You saw that, yes, Volkiz was on the underside in that vulnerable position, but the rest of Twisted Minds trying to wrap over the top of that hill to actually flank the rest of Rad. And I think it was just as those Rad members fell, they couldn't have the numbers advantage to really make that work, because Twisted Minds, they kept that off member back and were able to execute any threat that Rad side had with their Hap on the back end.
I also want to mention YaLLa a little bit. I loved how they were very proactive in their fights. Instead of just rotating into the circle ahead of the enemy team, they instead realized if we just rotate ahead of K12, K12 is just going to eliminate us. So we'll just take the fight outside of the zone and work our way in. So that was a very mature play out of YaLLa, but not just YaLLa. I think we saw a lot of teams play things more or less correctly, but the execution was just a little bit off. And Twisted Minds, of course, adjusting the positions from circle to circle. They got rewarded very well on top of that high ground hillside, where they eventually did clutch and get their chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think the only other one here that we should be mentioning here for honourable sake is 963, right? Who also, as you said, they played it great up until that final 5, but then it got surprised, I think, by almost one of those rookie errors where they tried to actually step further forward, those 2 members in the car. They tried to then aggress, but because they were so fast, keep in mind their movement, they got slammed into the edge of that rock side and then got double taken out by KONQUEROR, taking themselves into that 4th position. And I think had they done what Twisted Minds does and send all 4 players, yes, it's risky in that sense, but in that possession, that control that KONQUEROR had in that area of the zone, they should have sent all 4 players, because at that point, it's a do or die situation. If you leave players behind, you only leave 1. You shouldn't be leaving 2 to heal.
I gotta agree with that one. And KONQUEROR, the solo player, he was chilling in that big chasm for a while, and he did great for his team. He picked up a lot of placement points, and also he did pick up some elimination points as well, as we saw that buggy drive on in, and it was like, surprise, surprise, this spot is occupied. But, you know, that does it for our Miramar match. Crazy to say that Miramar circle was a lot nicer than the Erangel one, but that's just the way it goes. I'm kind of disappointed, though, we didn't get back-to-back crazy games like the zone could have ended in the San Martin area, as it looked like it was going to, but of course it did shift off to the western side.
Albeit, though, I think you've also got to look back. Not only, yes, it was the western side, but actually I think the passiveness of some of these teams was great to see in terms of the control that they were executing out. I mean, you looked, I think, towards, yes, some of these teams like Rad, who had that control more on our western side, but the patience, as you mentioned, onto Twisted Minds on that more eastern front, you saw so many of those teams, right? Phase 3, Phase 4, it hit, and you saw teams like Falcon, 1million, 4K, all trying to fight along that eastern front. Twisted Minds, they could have gone in, I think, for those fights. They could have gone in for those kills, but equally they would have given up that position high on the hill. So actually using that information, scouting it out, still grabbing those extra kills later on, those 4 that they were able to get before the end game, that was crucial, I think, to Twisted Mind's success, not getting drawn in by that zone. And as you said, playing that more veteran style of play in allowing others to take each other out and then waiting for that right opportunity to strike.
Speaking about veteran, Nigma Galaxy, definitely a veteran team. I don't think they did too well that game. No. We saw they did kind of move into the mid to late game, but they definitely did not get too many points. But I did preface today's, start of the day by saying this is, after all, only the league stage, and some teams might decide to hide some of their strategies and save it for the Super Weekend. So Nigma Galaxy may be doing that, but top 16, 5 points is still pretty good for that.
Yeah, we're headed into the, of course, best of moments here from game number 2. And the recap, of course, is what we were talking about. This fighting on the Eastern Front where 4K got wiped by Falcons, and it only ensued, of course, the rest of RTG being wiped by YaLLa, K12 on the opposite end of that map, taking out each other. But then came the issue, I think, of, yes, Nigma Galaxy, the rest of these teams who say, how'd you get up the hill? Well, you don't, because Rad, Headquarter, they all had that under control.
Yeah, Rad was actually fighting off 2 teams there from multiple fronts, but they were able to do that because they had that high ground advantage. We see KONQUEROR here, this player, the 1v2, that was a huge drop opportunity for 963, and then of course they get taken out by Twisted. Towards that end game, Rod cleans up their side of the circle, and of course Rokus hitting the grenades, and then that stop mid push, it still worked out for them as they set up their high ground positioning quite well.
And this, I think, great as well. Yes, you could call it RNG where the parachute lands, but it's called skill to take advantage of it in Vigor. That was a crucial position there, baiting out, of course, all the rest of those players in on to taking out Vigors. And then, as we said, Dami to finish it off. It was teamwork exceptionally used there by Twisted Minds to close out that game. And for Rad, I think, yes, there were some more mistakes, but we don't have to worry because they're doing well so far, coming off of that second game in onto the third game right after this short break. We'll see you then. Welcome everyone back to the PMPL Arabia Spring Split 2022. My name is Hannah Wolf, joined again by the wonderful Zute, and of course our beautiful sponsor, alongside us, the Oppo Reno 6 series, where upgraded performance and upgraded fun celebrate your winning spirit with the new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Esports Middle East and Africa 2022. We're talking about it. We're going to talk about it, Zude. We just had game number 1. We had Falcons. Game number 2. We had also Twisted Minds. Game number 3. I'm expecting one of these other teams that we talked about on Erangel to be hitting us strong and hard with that win, because we're 2 for 2 right now. We're like vibing when it comes to our predictions.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like coming into this Erangel game, you know, we're jumping right into it right now. I feel like I kind of want to give an edge to almost Nigma Galaxy. You know, they had just one game to kind of warm up that last Miramar game. We didn't see them do all too good, but we know Nigma Galaxy is a very strong team, and this being Erangel should be a little bit easier to navigate. I think one of Nigma Galaxy's biggest strengths when I was watching them play PMGC was their rotational ability, and you could definitely do some nice rotations on a map like Erangel as compared to a map like Miramar.
Oh, and of course, I am vibing to this music too, Zute, from Stalwart over to the water side of Georgia Pole. This is just so beautiful stuff that we get to listen to on this playing path. But I want to hear, you know, I want to hear the screams. I want to hear the bullets fly. I want to see a little bit more juicy action coming from these players, because we just witnessed a Miramar that was so peaceful until, well, it wasn't.
I mean, that's one way to put it. Peaceful until it wasn't. I think we went from 62 players down to like 30 and one circle shift alone, right? That one circle shift was that nasty one where a hard shift, I said 60-40, and then it just went full on military circle. So maybe we'll see something a bit more normal this Erangel game around. I would love to see a Stalwart circle though, to be honest. I think a Stalwart circle is quite not normal, but also still friendly enough for a lot of teams to navigate and work it out. I do see some teams dropping on that northern side of North George Pole. And already we have a casualty coming through. RTG loses one of their players. So each Erangel game, we have had players go out pretty early off drop.
But I want to keep it up. I need the momentum to stay, Zooty. That's what we're looking for. Yes, one drops already, but then I need to see the next. It just needs to be a long, flowing line of players, like lemmings walking off the cliff. That's what I want to see in Triple D. That's what we're seeing right now, starting off again. And Triple D, yes, as much as they may be looking strong right now, off of at least one game, but they still need to show us a little bit more, because they've not had the greatest, we could say, of performances so far compared to the rest, and they are lackluster, we could also argue on those points.
I do gotta agree with that one. K12 is a team that is looting North George Pool, so it seems like KURD12 does like looting on the edges of the map. We saw in that Miramar game, they were far down in the southern side of Miramar. Now they're far north on the northwestern side as the mine weapon. This is some interesting timing. He's running here to loot just as two players of KONQUEROR leave the building. It's almost like they stole that person's loot and now they're just running away sneakily like, we didn't take anything.
We never took out anything at all. We totally weren't defeating the night well of my weapon. Yes, they've already missed one, but now they get to thieve away their second game of points alongside Nigma Galaxy. Yes, these are all teams that need to have that performance. I think Nigma, one of the big shockers in that second game. Yes, they were playing it slow, they were playing quiet and peaceful. And then they weren't almost ready. I think they weren't prepared, as you said, for the 60-30 drop that we had and getting caught against that hill, not having any priority at all to be able to get up there, stopped between Rad and then also Headquarters. I think Headquarters also this other team that really need to show something more, considering they are from Group B. They've already played 2 games and they've only got 3 points so far in total.
So let's take a look at the points as we are shaping up to have a slow start here. So the top 8 teams overall have all played 2 matches. Team Falcons, of course, leading in first with 34. They got the first chicken on that Erangel game. Twisted Minds, they got the second chicken dinner on Miramar, and they have a total of 31. And the teams that follow right after is actually NASR Esports with 25. RTG, a team that has been doing pretty well, also with 25. Rod with 24. YaLLa with 23. KONQUEROR Iraq with 17. And the 8th place is Dunak with 13. And 9th place, they've only played 1 match, so that's actually pretty good. 963 Egypt with 11 points. And then the points drop off quite a lot, going from 11 down to 6 and onwards.
Still, YaLLa, they are loading up though. And as you mentioned, those points, right, they do drop off a lot. And it has been, I think, a lot around, yes, some of these kill points. And something that I think we can mention between, of course, Falcon, yes, also Twisted Minds picking up the points. I think Rad are also, again, one of those dark horses. So we've seen them pick up a lot of kills so far. In fact, a total of 11 between these 2 games. So an average of 5.5 per game in total. And to see that consistency come through, at least in the first 2 games, I want that to continue. I want to see in the future if Rad looking towards, yes, okay, they're sitting out this game currently, but then back onto game 4, game 5, can they keep that consistency up after the break? Because that is something that we have to keep an eye on, if that can be done.
Yeah, so Group C is sitting out. Group C, which the teams you will not see in this one is 4K Esports, NASR Esports, Broad, and the winners of last match, Twisted Minds. So just a quick reminder to everyone, we do have 20 teams playing, and the top 16 move into the Super Weekend. So we have a total of 5 groups, and between groups A, B, C, D, and E, only 4 groups will play at a time, and we are alternating them just as we are alternating the maps. But after the league stage is over from day 1, which is today, and day 2, which will come in tomorrow, all 20 teams will have played the same amount of games, and that will determine the top 16 going into the Super Weekend. And of course, once you hit the Super Weekend, once you make it in to that Super Weekend, you will be playing all 3 days of the Super Weekend, every single match. And for the 4 teams that didn't make it, they will just have to sit on the sidelines for the entirety of that Super Weekend.
What if, say though, Sute, we had not only 16, what if we like double the amount of teams? Could you imagine the chaos? Is that what we need to do to get these players to kill each other a little bit more? Is this what I'm after? Just if we double the amount of players, surely there will be enough moments in the early game that they see each other to where they kill each other. So if we just clone every one of these players here, that's a goal, man. That's our secret weapon.
Wait, so you're asking for a 128?
Yeah, do it.
Man lobby? Is that what you're asking for? I don't know.
We can pull that off. We can jump in there.
Okay.
Zute, you carry
What
me.
if
you carry me in that game?
What if we had 128 and we had the exact same circles from game number 1 with the 128?
Oh lord. Oh no.
Yeah,
oh no,
that's...
please. No, get that out. we'll scrap that idea. We'll throw that one in the bin, actually. Never mind. It was a lovely idea, Zute, but I mean, I don't want to be remembered about that first game, you know? I mean, our viewers back home, they can rewind, but I'm certainly not rewinding at all.
RTG here. We see that they did lose 1 player extremely early on. So this team is very strong. But I don't know how strong they are as a 3-man team early on into the game, right? Losing a player later into the game is fine. When the circle is more condensed and there's less room to work with than like to begin with once you get to the late game. But early game, it is so crucial to have all 4 players up so you can hold those wider splits, hold those bigger fields and sight lines of control. And RTG with only 3, that does limit them quite heavily, as we are going to head into the next circle. This time around, military base, safe to say, not gonna come into play.
No, thank goodness so for it. I didn't want it. I mean, as much as I love Sivnovka, I give all the appreciation towards it, Zute, but I think we had our fill for Sivnovka Island for the entire day at least. We don't need any more, and it is going to be a more comfortable Phase 2 zone here, centering around Pachinki. Is unfortunately here, though, the rest of the Mind Weapon are going to be up against a little bit of firepower, as it will be in said KURD 12, just escaping past them into now towards Nigma Galaxy now. Nigma Galaxy and also here around, I do believe it was Twisted Minds, in around the center portion of this map. We'll have that control around the rest, actually, of the center of zone. Well, they just drive into each other. I didn't expect that to happen, but surprise, well, that's the name of the player, that's the name of the game. Is they just got surprised completely out. There goes 2 straight away, a 3rd now dead, and that's just disaster for KURD 12. You expected it, yes, coming into Pachinki, they would be able to wrap around, but they completely disrespected Nigma Galaxy, and as a result, they get rightfully punished.
Nigma Galaxy's 2-2 split definitely played a crucial part. You could tell K12 was quite confused as Nigma Galaxy's going to push on out. Ralph does go down, but the trade happens. Nigma Galaxy will pick up 4 eliminations. But as they were driving in, you saw K12. They heard the shots from Slaughterhouse to the right side of the road, and they're like, oh, that area is occupied. Okay, the church side might be clear then. And then as they're driving into the church side, there's fire from there too. And they just went into a complete frenzy of panic. We saw that team get absolutely torn apart by the veteran team of Nigma Galaxy.
YaLLa also in some trouble though, as one of their off members, Sanji, will just be firsted away. Try to go for the scout, but now they see the threat that is RTG KURDSQUAD in around the opposite end of the road, so we will have to think about making more of a wider flank rotation. But the damage has already been dealt, down to 3 players this early on, and YaLLa, they've still got a fair amount of ways into this zone to go. Yes, they are inside right now, but they're not towards the center, and they are going to have to try find a way through that flat area, and with those lesser players, they are going to have to play it patient, and possibly, as a result, they maybe get caught out. They're not going to be able to have the vision or the scouting ability they had before.
On the other side of the map, more towards the southern side here, we do see 2 teams very close to each other. 1million, and I do believe that was Dunak Esports. They are gonna kind of shift away from each other though. Both teams holding pretty good positions. Of course, 1million holding a wider split, but this is the edge of zone on the south side. Not many teams will be around this area. It's not like they're more towards the center. So I do like how they're taking advantage of a wider split to just gain some more information while it's still safe. As the next circle is about to shift on up on your screen, Nigma Galaxy holding that Pachinki church side, continuing that 2-2. And that's a 2-2 by Nigma Galaxy that I see quite often, and they plan it just to catch off rotations and pick up elimination points, which was so beautifully done onto the side of KURD Esports. Circle shifting very soon here. We're gonna hit the next one, and that field is once again in play on the southern hemisphere. But of course, you got the mountaintops of the Pachinki Hills to the southwest that can also come into play. And there's a compound straight dab in the center of the circle that's going to become a very crucial position. Curious to see which team takes it. It does look like KAMIKAZE is going to scout that one out, and they're going to be rewarded with a nice compound to play for maybe another circle or 2.
They do have to hold it though, Zute, and that's my only concern. But going in as early as KAMIKAZE have, are they willing to also take the fights to the 3, the 4 teams that may be looking? Also, of course, as you said, at that beautiful location in towards the center. Now, if I'm more of a team on the edge, I think if you are like Nigma Galaxy, you don't need to move. You can hold this position on the hill. You can take this church and still utilize it, because based on the way that this zone is gone, there are still going to be a lot of these teams rotating either from the north side directly or rotating into the north and trying to wrap their way around, because none of these players, they're going to want to go in through the main portion of character fields. We are going to hit what is going to be, I would argue, a slightly more still difficult zone here for these players in Phase 3, Phase 4. Just judging by the fact that character fields is going to be very low in elevation, and you can catch players out like Rico Infinity Esports have done here at Falcons on these scouts, making those rotations in.
Rico Infinity definitely having a better game on this one, picking up 1 elimination already. Triple D trying to rotate through the bridge area. I think they're trying to make a wrapping rotation into zone, but they kind of get sandwiched in between a split by 1million. So very separated now, Triple D. They were not expecting a team to be holding outside of zone here, so that does put things into a little bit more of a complicated situation for them. 1million looking to pick up the rest of the rotators here.
Still, they need to fire in. Actually, I don't think they were ready at all, as they just allowed Triple D to completely bypass. Maybe they still grab YaLLa's, not even. Finally, it go down. They will strike at least 1 away, but I think a little bit slow on that uptake there, Zute. They definitely could have gotten Gaif as well, maybe even Humam, if they had all their players correctly positioned. But because you saw that the only player shooting was so far back and against almost the elevation of that hillside towards the back end of that hill, they never had the clear shots online to actually punish Triple D for such a obvious and scary rotation they did just make.
They do pick up 2 eliminations though, so that's better than nothing. Circle is starting to close in now. A lot of teams just losing a couple players here and there. Nothing too big. Triple D, of course, down to 2, and KURD Esports is the only team eliminated so far. And that circle, ooh boy, we're heading to the Pachinki Hills with the hayfields way out exposed and open on the south side of Revolution. Both teams trying to take this compound, and Revolution, of course, getting the head start, getting here first and taking down that one member, Dunak.
Dunak going to there, only realize the Revolution control it, and they will be forced back towards the south end. 1Million also losing their lives, and the kill feed is, we will all drop. Triple D, yes, only 2 alive, but we will punish away on the south side as 1Million completely abandoned outside of that zone. Will be kept continuously by Triple D on that entrance on in. But towards the center, you mentioned it right, is now all this fighting between KAMIKAZE. Can they survive the brutality that is about to hit them? As a lot of these players are all circling with phase 4 again, shifting in towards that central base compound.
We see many of the teams not yet rotating into the zone. Just because there's not a lot of more open playable areas anymore. A lot of these teams will have to fight their way in, so they're staying outside of the zone to maybe get an opening knock to soften things up before they push on in. But Nigma Galaxy, they're confident with their push. This is a practice push by them that I've seen many times before. This is why they hold that Pachinki split area, because they're confident in being able to take this hilltop if needed. But it does look like it's going to be met with some resistance as Ralph goes down. Pomodi gets knocked here, and just like that, Nigma Galaxy getting absolutely ripped apart. I think I just cast-cursed them. I felt confident that that was a push that they could execute pretty cleanly, and it does not look like that's going to be the case.
So you just got to stop right there. That's your one cast curse. That's your one cast curse coin that you have used up for the entire event, okay? You have no more. As Nigma Galaxy completely blown up by RTG on the edge alongside 1Million Esports. We expected, yes, they do go down on the south side, but Rico and Infinity team, they're not done. Yes, he had that brilliant holdback, that patience to actually wait for Nigma Galaxy to come in, but now RTG Esports are here. They actually left the door open for that wraparound because they were so focused on in. And they have now a fight on 2 fronts. Bandar and Dar, they are rotating back up the best they can. The smokes are there to try and come back together as that 4-man split. Recognizing that RTG making this push again, it is better to just wrap around, give up some of his position on the hill, yes, but stay together as a team, which is a more important factor.
Yeah, Rico Infinity adjusting their defense very well there. It was met by hard aggression by RTG, but it was even countered by better defense, and that slows down RTG quite heavily. You see, they're no longer have the momentum to push on up, and instead, they're forced to fight with the team of TM on the northern side, and RTG, that's another player down for them.
Yeah, the mind weapon iKURD actually taking advantage, as you said, rightly so. RTG left kind of with the pants down, trying to take down Rico Infinity team, and because of that, they split as they tried to flank so wide round, and an easy pickup there for Ali to punish actually RTG from that fight that they were not able to take. KAMIKAZE in some trouble here as well versus headquarter as they were able to push on round, and it will be Rip silencing 1, 2, easy peasy, lemon squeezy from headquarter, barely survives and goes back straight to the revive.
You kept mentioning you were worried about KAMIKAZE if they could hold that location, because one team was going to push them, and it was headquarters. They actually took the aggression and won that engagement. The mine weapon with that M4 scoped onto the shack. By the way, the circle has shifted to the northern side, so we are going to end on the Pachinki Hills. This is going to cause for a lot of the teams to just really crunch into each other, and different levels of elevation of this hill will come into play as you see the Falcons taking their side of the hill more towards the low ground.
Still, they are being patient. No, they're not willing to go up too far. We saw what happened to a team just previous when Rico were able to defend. Enigma, they felt that pain. They'll have to recap. Unfortunately, R8, Rico Infinity team, they are struggling right now with 1 down. But the patience and the time is there, as they do have the hill straight to them. As you said, zone has moved towards them. They have the only high ground position here inside of this zone, and the control is all down to them here, Zute. Can they keep that, considering that we have such a strong position on top? YaLLa really with the other one here on the south side, as Stalwart also equally in fire versus Triple D finds 1. finds almost 2 Kuman, is very low. The car, the only thing saving him for now, and I don't think it's looking great. No, it is not. It's Triple D straight punished by Stalwart, and only one no is a third party from behind, meaning now that, yes, Stalwart only left with one, and an angry YaLLa squad to contend with here on the back end of it.
Stalwart Esports did a really good job playing aggressive to clear out that team before they had to deal with 2 teams. So that was very proactive of them. They knew they had a slim timing before the team behind them, YaLLa, would push in. Now YaLLa, we saw how well they could play aggressive, breaching into the circle. So I want to see if they're going to take this fight with Stalwart or if they're just going to edge their way in. Of course, with the man disadvantage, it does change a lot of things. And they might actually just try and circumvent that fight. Some nice shots downrange, downhill to 963. But zone is closing. Hope has to move in a little bit more. And now the YaLLa team is feeling the brunt force of 963 as one of their players gets knocked and confirmed.
The second time, though, 963, they're playing it patient. They're playing it together, though. That's what I wanted to see coming into this late game here, Zute. And because they're playing it together, they can afford these slight picks. They've got the walls, they've got the building to protect them, and they've got the zone. Is the next shift goes towards them for the most part. Now, YaLLa, yes, they're trying to contest with both sides themselves. As Stalwart, they were the ones in behind, but now, with the extra players on board, they can afford to be that extra aggressive team. And the nade on top to powerful, leaving YaLLa to only 1, is hoping. All the hopes lie on him for YaLLa right now as he steps up, tries to find the bullets, but won't find anything. Onto Stalwart, only gives his position away, finally finds 1, but can he find 2? Can he find 3? Yes, he does! Hoping the outplay coming through in indecisiveness from Stalwart, punished hard.
Hope, the shining hope for the YaLLa team. His name is quite accurate, and he gets that heal off. He's gonna go for the 1v4, knocking 3 players. Is this it? YaLLa, Hope, just 1v4 the Stalwarts Esports team, and not just that, he's gonna try and get a revive on his teammate, but 963, they saw the kill feed just pop through. They know they have a chance to third party this, but my god, that was the highlight play for today. 1000%. Hope absolutely crushed it.
But he still needs to crush it further. The work hasn't been done just yet, Zute. He has to get into the zone with the teammate here, powerful. As 963, you mentioned it. Yes, slowly coming up behind. They're not pushing as hard as perhaps they could have. But now they come over the top. They see powerful and it immediately rotates back. A slight, I think, misplay there. Who he could have just ran over. YaLLa finally gets it. Powerful knocked straight away on the return back round. And no, sir. Now he has to get out. They do lose Duxie. They lose 1. And hoping back down again has to make the miracle play happen. He's got 2 down already. Can he find the rest?
This is Hope we're talking about. Let's find that powerful got ran over because Hope is still up and Hope is keeping the dream alive for YaLLa. Down to 1 HP. He needs to get that first aid off, and he does indeed get it off. He's not going to go for the revive, though, which is very smart. He realizes they're in a very tight situation. He's got to keep his head down, tucked low, head on a swivel, looking back and forth, making sure no enemies are encroaching too close.
A slow play here for 963 as they know they can't contest anymore on the opposite end of the hill. Hope still going low though again. Will be finally finished off. 963, they find the angle. Patience pays off for them. Rico, Infinity Esports, so they are also slowly aggressing forward. The patience here from all of these teams, but now they are forced to move in as phase 6. It eats away from everyone's position in Revolution. They are feeling it most. 2 now down, make it 3, make it almost the entire team as like barely survives.
Nigma Galaxy is still alive. They're actually healing in the blue. We see Nigma Galaxy do this a lot in Sandhawk. They're bringing that same strategy into a game of Erangel in top 3. Nigma Galaxy, we saw them go down to just 1 player so early on, and they're still in this game. But let's keep our eyes on 963 and Rico Infinity, as now it is a 4v4 situation. 963 did a really good job playing patient. Rico Infinity did a great job playing defensive on top of that hill, and we're down to a 4v4.
All of them Both squads alive. 963 though, they control the hill. In 963, they control the zone. The onus on Rico Infinity here to move up. Moving on to phase 7. They have to go now as the zone begins behind them to encroach onto their position. But they will not move just yet. 963. They will, though, find that knock. The nade onto Prestige back on the downside. They will try to go for the revive, even as Bandar tries to keep him up. This may cost them the time, though, Zute, because they go for the revive. They don't have the pressure on the push. Instead, they're trying to play it all into the hands of SK Ton behind, who you can see is trying to find that perfect angle of surprise onto them. Still, it will not be found, though. Still 963. They will let Rico come to them.
They have the high ground advantage, so they're gonna let Rico push up a little bit. But I feel like they backed up just a little bit too far and gave Rico Infinity a little bit too much space to work with. 963 could have punished them a little bit harder, but that doesn't mean 963 can't close out this game. So I like what Zuxi is doing here. He's finding that cheeky off angle that might come into play as the next circle shifts out. And the next circle does favor 963 once again, as Rico Infinity will have to make a second push into the defending 963 team.
It's all on to Zuxi Verinosa on this off angle. The counter move by 963 to position Zuxi on this angle in. Rico, we are taking it slow. You do have on the front Voida waiting ever so slowly, and Zuxi stepping back, allowing more time, more space for Rico in onto the zone, waiting for the perfect opportunity. But keep an eye, remember, SK Ton doing the exact same thing behind Nosa, and they are looking for that all into one surprise with SK Ton on the back end. Zuxi still holding firm. No one willing to move just yet. Rico Infinity team, they have the smoke. They are moving further forward. Phase 8. Someone has to make a move as we draw in on to phase 9. As the zone will engulf into nothingness. But they still do not go. 8 kills to 6. A big game for both of these teams if they can pick up the points. Crucial, but now a double knock as 963 go down, and this might just be the opportunity here for Rico Infinity Esports to take the third. Yes, they do, and immediately into the fourth they go and wipe the floor with 963. Zeus, it all came off of that final push, and SK Ton did it perfectly. True surprise off the back end, flushing out 963.
Yeah, it was D7 and SK Ton. They both were flanking at the same time, and I called it out. I'm saying 963 is giving the Rico Infinity team way too much space to work with, and they gave them so much space. They allowed them to get flanked on both sides. It was the double knock. I think it was a planned one, too. We saw immediately when SK Ton got his knocked, D7 also went for his. Both of those players probably communicated, like, I can get a knock here, and the other one probably said, give me one more second. I need one more second to get in position, and double knocked right into a 4v2 situation. I mean, Rico Infinity played that perfectly, but I do have to say 963 did make a lot of mistakes there towards the end and gave Rico Infinity way too much space to work with.
Yeah, you can see the nervousness of 963 being engaged. So we say one of these newer squads onto the block here at PMPL Arabia, and I think that pressure clearly getting to them. What we should have done is I think they had a great opportunity the moment that zone was closing in. They had the knock confirmed with their final grenade onto one of those members of Rico. They should have then, I think, gone for that push. They could have flanked around. Yes, SK Ton was there on the flank as well, but it's only a single player, and the moment they give their position away, you can knock for knock trade. And because you already have that advantage of a 4-3 in that situation, you don't have to worry about being negative on that trade. You are still positive in your numbers versus those remaining 2 players. And from there, with the help of the zone, you can close and sandwich them in between. And I think that's how 963 should have played. But as you said, rightly so, they gave away so much positioning. And all right, Rico, they were able to just completely go around the side of the hill, and they got everything given to them for that phase 8 into phase 7 shift through in.
I will have to say, though, this is the league stage. So, in my opinion, it's better to make these mistakes now rather than the super weekend. And when you make mistakes, those are learning opportunities. Of course, I feel like 963, that should not have been a mistake they need to make in the first place. We are in the PMPL. These teams are, even if they are newer, they have played numerous games to try and qualify into this position that they're playing right now. So they're experienced. They might be newer, but I feel like they should have been experienced enough to not have given up so much space. But it is a learning opportunity, like I said. And Rico Infinity, hey, one of the teams we mentioned, that is 3 games in a row where teams we have picked out of these groups, we expect them to do well. And that's 3 veteran teams getting a chicken dinner on each map. So there is that veteran experience coming into play here. Many of the newer teams definitely are playing a little bit nervous. And I want to say Nigma Galaxy also down to 1 player, managing to secure a top 3. That's like almost classic Nigma Galaxy tradition.
Yeah, absolutely. So important for Nigma to be able to get those points on board. You saw how dastardly against, rightly so, Rico Infinity that push went, and to afford those extra placement points, that puts them up huge. I think alongside Rico, who also was so desperate for those points, considering their first game, they got taken out 16 with nothing out of that first Erangel game. So then equalizing the scoreboard back into something exciting, where we are heading into Miramar here, the second time around, the 4th game of today, Zute, and I'm expecting to maybe see some more clashes, because as we saw, I think in this 3rd game particularly, teams were willing to get almost a little bit more up in front of each other's faces, despite it maybe not working out. I think KURDSQUAD, they showed us that yes, there can be some aggression, but you need to be able to play it more carefully than that. You can't just brute force it into any of these teams.
Teams definitely do seem like they're kind of getting more warmed up as as we just finished match number 3. We see the aggression ramp up just a little bit more. Of course, the first game, there was a lot of aggression, but I don't think the players wanted to play aggressive. It was more so to say the circles forced them to play very aggressive early on, but these teams are looking more and more comfortable. That's good to see. Nigma Galaxy tried to go aggressive. Yeah, it didn't work out. Rico Infinity playing on point there, and many teams, they are putting up quite a fight before they go down. I mean, hold on, let's talk about YaLLa Hope for a second. We witnessed a 1v4 in that game. That was huge out of the YaLLa player, and hopefully we get to see that in the highlight. If you happen to look away, or you I don't know, just came just a little bit too late in the match, do stick around for the highlights once we get that brought up. But that was the first 1v4 of PMPL, and it happened on day number 1.
Day number 1, to be fair, I think, if they rightly so, Stalwart, they made a few mistakes. They tried to keep 1 player back, and I think rightly so, they could have done that. But the rest of those 3 players, they knew that kill feed was going off in a way that YaLLa, they were down to only that 1 player if they were counting their numbers right. They should have gone at the same time. And yes, it's a beautiful 1v4, but it's all down to Stalwart, who need to also clean up their mistakes on aggression. Aggression, no? That's what we got to wait for in Miramar as we are heading through onto our 4th match. We'll see you on the other side.
Hi, I'm one of those people everyone calls a detective. Of course, I'm not the only detective around here. There's also our information analysis system, the Banpan information system, and our many community volunteers that speak different languages from all around the world. We can use the Banpan information system to find information related to cheats from the vast sea of information. We will use a combination of the system and manual methods to search various online forums and video sharing sites for traces of cheating. We will also work with our defenders of security in PUBG Mobile from all over the world to search for and destroy channels used to sell cheats. Fortunately, many players have joined our team. We also provide players with a channel to report the sale of cheats, and players from all over the world provide us with information every day. We are so happy to see so many players helping us to combat cheating.
I am a moderator and an information collector. I'm a moderator of many game forums. I am familiar with how cheats work and how they end up in players' hands. I'm very aware of the harm caused by cheating. So I've decided to help combat cheating. Due to our efforts, the information of many cheats is no longer brazenly posted online. Instead, they are hidden very deeply and disguised as unrelated posts. But that's not enough for them to escape my eyes. Many people have the misconception that cheats are like bugs and that they'll disappear once they've been dealt with. That's not how it really works though. Even if all the features of the cheats are banned now, the creators of the cheats will continue to upgrade their cheats. They will do anything they can to get around our security system. That's why we combat the newest cheats from two different fronts. We work together from the inside and the outside to effectively cover all types of cheating and combat them quickly. Although this is just a game, everyone likes those who follow the rules and play fairly. What makes games fun are the things that make us feel nervous and challenge us. It is because victory was hard-earned that we feel joyful about it.
We make several copies of samples of cheats. One copy is submitted to the security team so we can study their operating logic and enrich our AI identification strategy to update our defense system against new cheats in a timely manner. Another copy will be kept as proof to punish the people who develop the cheats.
The moderator just sent over a sample of a new cheat and I want you to take a look at it.
Let me see.
We've never seen this cheat before. It has a special way of attacking. We just analyzed it and identified some of its characteristics. I think we can use this cheat's behavior to improve our coverage of other cheats.
I understand how it works now. This sample is very helpful to us. We can use this to develop more targeted countermeasures. And by learning how it functions, we can greatly improve our sample database.
Okay, let's get to work.
Yeah.
Other than combating cheats through the system, we also want to attack the origin of cheats through other methods. When it comes to people who develop cheats for profit, the legal approach is a good one. We have a professional legal team.
Welcome back, everyone. We're hitting it off quick here with the best Oppo moment in game number 3 here, Zute. And what a great series of moments they were. Even looking towards these results as well of course, that third game. What a massive game it was for Rico Infinity Esports.
Yeah, 12 eliminations and the 15 points from getting that chicken. That puts them up to 27, of course. 963 had a taste of that chicken. It could have happened, but they just messed up towards the very end. But doesn't change the fact that they still picked up a decent amount of points. Definitely enough points to put them in a good contention for top 16.
Yeah, but if you want to get your points at home, though, Zute, your own chicken dinners, you can take it with the Oppo Reno 6 series, upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. As what these teams must be rocking when it comes to getting that success. So on board in game number 3, we mentioned the Rico Infinity team picking up that chicken dinner, but it also can not be not mentioned, Zute, that hope for YaLLa was putting out some work alongside some of these other teams surviving.
YaLLa, those were some nasty shots. I do say Stalwart Esports, they did mess up a little bit, but his shots were clean. Like, from one target to another, he flicked right on. And that third knock with the drop shot coming through, like, he played that so well. I got to give credit to him still, even though 963 fluffed it just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, though, it was pretty clean with capital K, but before we go to game number 4, guys, we have one more break that we got to give to you, but we will be right back. I promise.
Hi, I'm one of those people everyone calls a detective. Of course, I'm not the only detective around here. There's also our information analysis system, the BANPAN information system, and our many community volunteers that speak different languages from all around the world. We can use the BANPAN information system to find information related to cheats from the vast sea of information. We will use a combination of the system and manual methods to search various online forums and video sharing sites for traces of cheating. We will also work with our defenders of security in PUBG Mobile from all over the world to search for and destroy channels used to sell cheats. Fortunately, many players have joined our team. We also provide players with a channel to report the sale of cheats, and players from all over the world provide us with information every day. We are so happy to see so many players helping us to combat cheating.
I am a moderator and an information collector. I'm a moderator of many game forums. I am familiar with how cheats work and how they end up in players' hands. I'm very aware of the harm caused by cheating. So I've decided to help combat cheating. Due to our efforts, the information of many cheats is no longer brazenly posted online. Instead, they are hidden very deeply and disguised as unrelated posts. But that's not enough for them to escape my eyes. Many people have the misconception that cheats are like bugs and that they'll disappear once they've been dealt with. That's not how it really works though. Even if all the features of the cheats are banned now, the creators of the cheats will continue to upgrade their cheats. They will do anything they can to get around our security system. That's why we combat the newest cheats from two different fronts. We work together from the inside and the outside to effectively cover all types of cheating and combat them quickly. Although this is just a game, everyone likes those who follow the rules and play fairly. What makes games fun are the things that make us feel nervous and challenge us. It is because victory was hard-earned that we feel joyful about it.
We make several copies of samples of cheats. One copy is submitted to the security team so we can study their operating logic and enrich our AI identification strategy to update our defense system against new cheats in a timely manner. Another copy will be kept as proof to punish the people who develop the cheats.
The moderator just sent over a sample of a new cheat, and I want you to take a look at it.
Let me see.
We've never seen this cheat before. It has a special way of attacking. We just analyzed it and identified some of its characteristics. I think we can use this cheat's behavior to improve our coverage of other cheats.
I understand how it works now. This sample is very helpful to us. We can use this to develop more targeted countermeasures. And by learning how it functions, we can greatly improve our sample database.
Okay, let's get to work.
Yeah.
Other than combating cheats through the system, we also want to attack the origin of cheats through other methods. When it comes to people who develop cheats for profit, the legal approach is a good one. We have a professional legal team, and we believe they can bring these people to justice.
But before the legal team can initiate a lawsuit, they need sufficient information and evidence to win the lawsuit. This is where the information we provide becomes especially important. What detectives and I do best is to sift through unassuming clues, tracing matters to the roots, to find information and clues. The more information we have, the closer we are to victory.
We're cranking it up with the electric guitar on to the fourth game here, day one of PMPL Arabia Spring Split 2022. My name is Highland Wolf, joined by the beautiful Zute as always. And we have an opposite direction playing path happening here, Zute, from the north down to where we began last time on that southeastern side.
Yeah, speaking about beautiful Zute, thank you for the compliment, ever so charismatic
Always.
Highland. This playing path looking quite beautiful as well for these players. Just as the music jams on out, I think all the teams should be able to land exactly where they want. As take a look, we do have the overall standings currently after 3 games have been played. Falcons leading in first overall, with YaLLa close behind, and Twisted Minds with only 2 matches at third place overall. So Twisted Minds looking really, really good right now.
Yeah, the ultra aggression that they had, particularly on that second game, and I'm just saying it, Zute, if this camera of mine was showing right now in between these games on the highlights, saying my head would be like one of those bobbleheads just bouncing around to this electric guitar music, because I am vibing as always. But to be fair, guess who's not vibing? That Group B. Unfortunately, they're sitting out Zute this time around because Conqueror Iraq, Dunak Esports Headquarter, and also RTG Esports, KURDSQUAD, they're all not playing this time around. Instead, we bring back Group C, 4K Esports, NASR Esports, Rad, and of course Twisted Minds, as you said, who have looked fairly dominant so far in their games 1 and 2, but now to finish it off, games 4 and 5, can they do the same on what is a slightly more devious here first phase?
Oh, yes. I love that you mentioned that first circle. This circle, indeed, is quite devious. This is probably one of the more difficult first zones on Miramar. Once we head towards that southwestern side, there's a lot of mountainous terrain, and you can see the roads. The roads only stretch from west to east. There is not many roadways that allow for teams to go from north to south. So if the circles do keep shifting towards that southwestern side, it's just a lot of high ground mountainous terrain, where you know what happens when you put mountainous terrain and vehicles together on Miramar. You get absolutely blown up because the vehicles just don't go fast enough on this map when you're trekking those terrains.
We get a highlight reel. That's what we get, Zute, by the end of the day, because there were so many. There were so many back in the PMG videos of all of those cars crashing. I mean, quite frankly, get these players some learning place right now, because 963, they're in the midst of the fight. They don't have to worry about the vehicles, but I think the bullet's a little bit more troublesome, and we already saw 4K almost eliminated here down to 963. They tried to go for that split drop earlier on around this compound, but got brutally punished for it. Yes, they took out 963, but they did lose out overall in the trade. I think for 4K, a really rough start, considering they're just warming up from being on the bench at game number 3.
Yeah, we do have a 1v1 dance-off right here. Rafi Cobra with the DBS, though close range. Definitely a dangerous weapon to be messed with, but close range for 963 Messi win. He has the UMP. Both extremely strong weapons. When it comes to these close quarter engagements, it all really comes down to who's going to hit the first shot. But of course, Messi with somewhat of an advantage playing TPP up here, and he's got his teammates here. So Messi stalling for time. Very smart play out of this one. Cobra just got to go for a 1v3 if he wants to come out alive for this one.
Can't do anything, though. He's got to, yes, as you say, go for the 1v3. There's no choice about it. They're going to come in from behind. Messi, he finds one. Can he find a second? It's not quite enough. The shotgun is trying, but the bullets, as we said, from Messi, the surprise behind, that's enough. And 4K Esports in high resolution, out in 16th position on this 4th game.
They can sit back and enjoy the show at 4K now, because you're absolutely right. They don't have any members left to be playing in here, as more fights happening here. Stalwart Esports getting a knock on to a player from 1 million from quite a long range. Oh, that's actually punishable.
Oh.
Just as the players go out of render distance, I believe. So 1 million barely able to get that revive off. And Stalwart playing aggressive here, going for a push, or are they just relocating? No, they actually are going to go for the push. We're seeing teams look like they're getting more warmed up, being a bit more comfortable and playing aggressive. So that is definitely happening here. But is this a good choice?
No, it's not a good choice at all. They were using the ridge line, but the moment they come out of it, Sun's there to punish. The revive is there, and Stalwart, I think the distance was just too far to push that hard. And they lose 1, they lose 2, a misfire and a nade, caught red-handed. And Gaga just silences down the second. Stalwart again, misplay here on the over-communication, as the rest of the two weren't even there. The BP bust, yes, as beautiful as it is, you can honk the horn you like, but you're still going to lose easy at the end of the day.
I respect the aggression, sure. When teams play aggressive, I respect that. But of course, you have to do it correctly. You can't just full send something without knowing full info, or not even full information. Get more information on where the 1 million players are. And we saw that split. They just
That's a lot of players.
Right into a nasty trap. Yeah.
That's a lot of players, 1 million. I mean, could you... We talked about 168, like 1 million player game. We're expanding our ideas here, Zute. We're going beyond into the galaxies.
I don't think he could fit 1 million on the map.
I have hopes.
Maybe
I have dreams, Zute. Okay.
Maybe Miramar.
Okay. New map, Tencent. Hello. 1 million player game. That's what we're looking for, right?
Oh, dude, your phone would be burning so hot.
Actually, that's true. We would need maybe 2050 confirmed. 1 million player game of PUBG Mobile. When the phones can handle it.
Yes. You see KAMIKAZE here, taking their time, looting on the southwest. The first circle, of course, you know, is favoring the southwest, so KAMIKAZE, I want to see them loot up a little bit faster and maybe take advantage of that first circle rotation. Usually a Miramar is more important on that first circle, but given the way the zone is on that southwestern side, it's doubly important to find a nice position early on, because the second circle ship, a lot of terrain and a lot of roadway access ways will be cut off by different teams that have set up in previous circles.
A lot of splits actually coming out as well from these players, Zute, and I think that's something we mentioned earlier, rightly so, on Miramar, where these players tend to play as much space as they can. They're trying to take up as much information as possible in scouts, and you do see it sometimes not pay off in terms of 4K. 963, you saw the fight go sideways for 4K earlier on, but in a situation like this here for Nigma Galaxy, yes, they are being forced back, but the information they have garnered here on KAMIKAZE, they know so much about them, and yes, of course they can move back in this situation where the zone is south. It's facing towards them, actually, more towards the center, despite being so low on the mainland portion here of Miramar, and can actually hold the high ground comfortably against KAMIKAZE, who may need to come up towards them.
It is the first circle, of course. So even if the circle does shift more towards Nigma Galaxy, KAMIKAZE still has a lot of different options as far as how they could rotate around them. And Nigma Galaxy, I think they're more so just trying to save that one player that lost his buggy. So 4 players of Nigma Galaxy will stay up. Ralph actually deciding to not go with his teammate. So seems like they want to hold a giant split, a 1-1-2 split on that southwestern side. And as I predicted, a lot of teams are already centered up around the middle of the map because they realize this area of the map is very difficult to play in, and it's better to get there earlier rather than later. And the circle will center towards that southwestern side. Teams will definitely have to make the rotations in now. So many teams still not even close to the circle.
Still, that circle though, phase 2, it has gone center into now Jumeirah. And YaLLa, they got a beautiful position here on this church side. So difficult for a lot of these teams to really approach around here. I think YaLLa, yes, it is not a position where players will be right now, but thinking forward to the future, this is where players are going to have to cross over around, and they will have to contest against this hillside. And there is realistically no way that they can contest against that. You can see 963, the other end of them, is going to be here, the Mind Weapon, who sandwich him in between YaLLa. So there isn't much here position for 963, but thankfully they do have that position in phase 2 to hold up for now. And I think this is what we can expect coming in, where yes, we saw only a few number of kills. We may be down to 57 in this 4th game, Zute, but it's still slowing down quite dramatically as even phase 2 hits.
Yeah, phase 2. It is Miramar still. Teams might rotate early, but there's still a lot of room left on the map, so teams will definitely try to avoid fights. Miramar is very rotational dependent. Teams rarely want to engage in a fight because the fight could last for a while, given the terrain, given the different sight lines. Very difficult to finish a fight beginning to end cleanly. And when the circle shifts, if you're engaged midway into a fight, I mean, that's just bad for both teams. So teams are respecting that, and instead not committing to anything, just trying to rotate closer, get more closer to the center of the circle. We saw earlier YaLLa on top of that church. That is going to prevent a lot of rotations coming through that roadway access way. So that's the problem if you don't rotate early enough. And maybe, hey, you just literally can't. Maybe you're looting from the northeast side and it's the southwest circle, so you're forced to play a completely different meta and strategy for this round of Miramar.
Still, you can even see on the top of your screens here as well, Zute, those points, and you can see the difference. Of course, 42 in the lead for Falcons. Stalwart still in this game, but they've only secured single digits, so there are a lot of points here for some of it. I think these teams who are trying to play aggressive, trying to earn points to contest for NASR as well, in the middle of the pack, trying to contest over, of course, as you said, that so strong position of YaLLa on the church side. I don't think either of them give up this position, though, and you can see, as a result of YaLLa's positioning, forcing a lot of the wider rotation. These longer rotations, as you said, these players will fear, because if you are making these wider rotations, yes, you avoid one team, but the likelihood of running then into a second and being pincered in between two, that then increases.
We see towards the south side, K12 holding down the southern edge. I don't think the circle's going to play down that way. Do imagine it's going to shift northwards, more towards Trumasera. And, oh, just as I say that, Mr. Highland Wolf.
Oh, yeah.
It goes
they're going
super hard down to the south. The white circle is actually touching the blue. And, well, Cast a Curse strikes once again. K12, they get the circle.
Can we afford that, Zute? Can we? I thought we were out. I thought we were out of coins for the Cast a Curse.
No. So I Cast a Cursed a team last time. This time around,
okay, but we got the map coins.
It's a circle.
I see.
Yeah.
You know,
it's
we have two of those a day.
Yeah, teams got to rotate down here, man. It's gonna be tough.
Yeah, we got two a day, so that means, you know, they can expect at least two more tomorrow. Be warned, teams, because it only gets worse. And it gets worse in this game, quite frankly, because, as you said rightly so, there is now so much rotations that these teams are going to be forced to do. You mentioned, as we said, these teams all on the northern border aren't going to be willing for that, so maybe you see these wider rotations. And for teams here at Nigma Galaxy, they are trying to fend off these wave of players, but actually, Nigma, I think they need to move a little bit further back, because this terrain is so flat, it's so open, and the risk of getting side flanked by some of these other teams moving in is just too great, considering that they are going to have to fend off 3 to 4 to 5 teams entering in from the northern end.
I think what Nigma Galaxy is trying to do right now is just stall long enough for other rotators to come in behind the mine weapon, as you do see a mass exodus of teams from the north to the south. And Nigma Galaxy can just hold this on, stall it out just long enough, and here you go. You see the mine weapon now getting third party from behind, and I think that was Nigma Galaxy's plan all along. They weren't worried too much about getting pressured in from multiple teams, because as long as they could keep one team buffered against them, they could use that team as potential protection against the other teams circling around the sides.
It's risky, though, to play with fire. Instead, you see sometimes that try to be the case, Sute, but instead actually they ignore each other and then end up you being the target by both of those teams from two different directions. So Nigma, they do have to be careful on how they control it, and making sure both sides are protected. That's crucial to make sure that plan works. KURD12, though, are inside the fight. They land the beautiful nade. Actually, it's going to be by 963. Never mind. The damage from the nade into the execution is NASR cyberbullied here by two different directions. Forced a ways back into smokes. They do protect from one end, now losing their vehicles. It only gets worse for them. Hassan steals one for the rotation as they attempt to group up on the opposite end of this compound.
Hassan will end up just taking the compounds. They wanted the high ground from K12. We saw them make an attempt at it, but as soon as they lost one player, they will default to the compound on the lower position. Still a good position, given the circle, and the circle does hard shift back up to the north. This is a ping pong ball effect, but at least it doesn't shift south into the water, so that's going to be somewhat of a reprieve for many of these teams.
Still.
And the circle, yeah, the circle's definitely not friendly today with the hard shifts.
The hard shifts, they hurt, man. I think this is probably the better of the hard shifts we could say for these teams. A lot of those northern teams were feeling quite crushed by that zone, trying to force their way so hard south, and as you say, they have that reprieve now from that zone being so high north. Rico Infinity's team can afford a little bit more time to push onto Revolution here. They've already taken out 2. Continuing on to more, you can see on your small screen here even more fighting are happening with the Falcons and Twisted Minds. Edging up on the south side, they're now moving from far away in the zone to the aether of that south end. Rico Infinity's team, 2 to 1 to 1. There's D7 moving round to make it a 3-to-1 split. Revolution now being flanked by SK Tan as well. Again, looking for that new angle, constantly trying to reposition, and he finds it. He strikes down onto QHT, and Smoker, the only one left standing.
Rico Infinity playing so perfectly well, using their angles, and it's, yeah, and you're right, it's what SK Tan once again with that off angle as Bandar pushes in with the rest of his team. Oh, D7 does get grenaded by Smoker, nice pre-nade, and if he gets the second knock, it could go really bad.
Oh,
he gets the whip around!
Oh my days!
What happened to the fourth player?
2 1v4s in one day, though, Zute. It all went horribly wrong for Rico Infinity team, who, again, taken out before their time in 13th position, but rightly punished by Revolution. And now it's NASR into the fight versus Triple D. One nade into the next, but they have to hold firm. Now, one player on the front line. They managed to push, but they're chucking the bowling ball, and the pin taken out into the execution is 2 confirmed. 3 now almost certainly down if they decide to go for the push, but NASR, they're wiser than this. They will be patient. They know that there are players behind them, and they know that actually for NASR here, they have the position. They confirm away. 1 confirmed knock into the kill, and they'll take that and leave.
Yeah, NASR just needs to hold this team back. They don't need to press this. And Triple D is going to D-lead. They know that defense is a little bit too strong. They already lost 2 players trying to breach it. So with only 2 players left, they realize there's a very low chance. So they're going to try and circumvent this, as you can see here. And Mon getting his vehicle absolutely shredded there. And he's still alive somehow, going prone. As the 963 team should be able to find an angle onto that player. And it is indeed 963, which will confirm. Triple D.
YaLLa got it.
2, just 1. Oh,
YaLLa got that kill onto Human from all the way down to the east. Scythe down to half HP as well, but it's not done just yet. Oh boy, Zute, do we have more action? Finally, this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see Blood on my dinner plate, and it's Nigma Galaxy's next. It's Modi. Loses 1, bleeding out. Now Ralph trying to use him as a bait for Rad to come into the nade. Won't find anything though. Rad again playing with fire though on the edge of this zone. They will finally be able to confirm them down. The spray not there. They finally find 1 and 2 though. The molly. Will it burn them all? Yes, it will. And now Nigma, they go from a forward the push. They find 2, but they can't find the 3rd. And they're a double knock revenge for Satan, who defends, but they have 3 downed players that they need to revive. A wide Kobe nade goes, almost hits down Manir and Sadat, but they do escape barely with their lives.
Nigma Galaxy's execution in these fights have been very sloppy. We saw them try and do a push just the previous game, and it went horribly wrong. And they tried to push once again and got 1v2 by Satan there. So Nigma Galaxy, they might be an experienced team, but I don't think the players are quite warmed up yet. As Rod will drive straight down into zone. Not fully yet in the zone, though. They got another team waiting for them. The Mine Weapon looking to gatekeep another team, as Nigma Galaxy also try and go towards a similar direction.
The Mind Weapon needs to have the forehead moment though pop off, because they got 3 teams coming in around, and Rad is one of them, and executes down Narbo, finds the confirmed kill as well. And Satan with a pan in hand, he's running, but he best be running into only another team here, as YaLLa is on the opposite end, a 4th. Surrounding here, Rad and a Mind Weapon is Rad. Satan will actually find a beautiful exit, blowing up actually into powerful Ragnar. is now the only one standing, and Rad putting out the work where it counts, but we still need to get into the zone, Zute, and it's still closing on in.
I think Satan has managed to find an area of the zone that they can play in. So his teammate is actually just going to hang a little bit further back, get some more info before leaving, potentially maybe find another opening and a confirmed elimination. As Satan 1v1 with the YaLLa player, does not want him pulling up here. Needs to eliminate this player now before he becomes too much of a nuisance, and Satan has advantage, and Satan just absolutely popping off right now for the Raw team.
It's 4th kill out of the 5 for Rad, and they will only now move further into zone, but the zone, it has other plans. It moves over to K12, and now K12, can they defend, Zute? They don't really have any buildings. It's all on the high ground for them. They have the information, though. And unfortunately, for the rest of those wanting to come in, it's all into the low ground, to the high, and that's why you see Twisted, oh, sorry, should I say the mine weapon here, should I say, holding up against the edge of this zone, who cannot move in. Similar story to the rest.
Yeah, the mine weapon just caught in a really tough position. Position was good earlier on. They could keep their heads low and not have to fight anything. But now that they have a few players on either side on the high ground, in a way, they're kind of caught stuck. You can see Ali down here just scoping up there because he's so worried about the player from Rod. But they will rotate away, so that does give an opening for the team to rotate on in. As NASR, they need to reach their way into the circle as well.
NASR, they are low on those meds, so they cannot stay on the edge of that zone for much longer, but neither can the mind weapon. One deleted is now the second under fire. The rock will protect him, though. Ali does survive, but tries to go back out for more shots. Dips and dives into the next. Will survive barely, with about 5% HP remaining, but it's all on the front man. Silent and stealthy. Shrod needs to make the move, but he's not protected. His teammates are all down in the back. It's all down on the back of Shrod to survive for the mind weapon.
He's just playing quiet here. He knows as a one-man army, he can't do much, and he'd just rather not give away his location. Maybe get a few more placements for his team. K12, though, getting plenty circles this game. Picking up 4 eliminations already, so making use of those zones to put out some shots and taking advantage of teams that have to press on into them. Good job to K12 this game. They do lose a player, though, at some point, so they're just down to 3. 9-6-3 into the late game as well. We saw they had a very good previous game, but they failed the execution of the late game. Down to 2, they could still potentially close this one out with plenty of points.
Big elimination. Twisted Minds down in 7th position. That's going to affect the scoreboards quite handily for any who can survive into the final few phases. There's still 2 solos in the Mind Weapon, and Nigma Galaxy still playing on the edge. And this is something that you can see K12, they don't have the eyes on top of. So these, when the other teams like KAMIKAZE, NASR move on in later on, that's when the surprise hits up, though. The Mind Weapon, they have been spotted, they have been rumbled, and it will lose their life. Only now Nigma Galaxy remaining as that solo player. But that zone, phase 6, Zute is gone away from NASR. Yes, they may have 3 players. Yes, KAMIKAZE may have 4, but it's the solo players, it's the duos, albeit here beside K12, who have the zone in their hands.
Yeah, that circle does shift over to the other side, so both teams with the man advantage, KAMIKAZE and NASR, are forced to push on in. KAMIKAZE, one of them, is knocked. A lot of tricky angles here in this fight. You could see how either team from either side can get sightlines on one another if they just peek on over. NASR making their way in. They already got 1 player into the foothold of the zone. KAMIKAZE now kind of getting gate kept out, and they will take the fight. KAMIKAZE has a man advantage. They need to win this fight, and they get the first opening, and that should be huge. They should be able to sweep around to the right side towards NASR now and claim that side of the circle for themselves if they don't want to run up into K12.
They needed Ragnarok to find a knock. They needed to buy more time, but because they don't, NASR, they're still stuck in the same problem here, Zute, that they can't, as you say, peek around the corner because K12 take them out. They find one onto KAMIKAZE. Can they find a second? Yes, they do, as Dar goes down, and KAMIKAZE split on the entrance in as a third will fall, not playing as a team, and NASR clean them through.
KAMIKAZE's push just falling to pieces right now. You can see K12 hearing that commotion, trying to run on over, see what's going on, but NASR's going to confirm this finish. I do believe so, yes. And that is NASR taking out the K12 team. We're down to 4 teams, and once again, Nigma Galaxy has somehow snuck their way into the end game, and that is another team, 963, getting taken out by K12.
And K12, they actually did survive. They did it. They held onto the zone here. And now it is time for them to clean house. But the molly is being chucked in underneath the vehicle. And K12, albeit to them, they are now split. Keep in mind, though, who is surviving? And, well, guess who? Nigma Galaxy, of course, here, Zute. Another third position for them. And they are raking in those placement points. K12 still totally unaware with their 6 kills, with their lives and weight. A snake in the bush, in the grass, as NASR, they claim their stake up to the top of the hill. Nigma Galaxy has not moved just yet. NASR busy with K12. Finally, they find one, but they can't find a surprise. Lord, but the damage is done. We'll be able to at least take down Batika with the help of K12, and now NASR, third party. Can they find success? I don't think so. Ramik, he can't find a shot, so when it all goes wide. In unknowing, down to the 1v1 is Hassan, spraying, cannot find, though, the accurate shots onto unknowing. The hill too wide.
The quick jiggle peeks out of Hassan. Left and right jiggles. Return fire has gotten him close enough, but not close enough to secure the chicken, as it is actually K12 this time around to secure a much needed chicken dinner. We saw they did struggle quite a bit in the previous games, but this time around, they took that southern area of Miramar. The circles did happen to shift in their favor, but they played their spreads and defense quite well. We saw how so many teams encroaching them from all sides, that they managed to keep them all at bay. And when it came to the final moments, they cleanly executed the defense and they managed to get the chicken.
I think NASR doing so much work, though, for K12. You could see the presence that they had, taking out so many of those teams. I think with really Rod as well, doing a lot of work against YaLLa on the opposite foot. And it was actually K12 who, in their own right, played it patient enough to survive on that hilltop, though, Zute. They could have gone for Rad. They could have gone for NASR. They could have gone for those solos. But by not giving up their position, as you said, they held that high ground and they held that angle to where other teams, they couldn't peek out, otherwise get caught by K12. There were some mistakes, I think, coming towards the end, that it definitely could have been cleaner, and they should have maybe tried to 2v1, I think, with Unknown onto that solo member, instead losing that knock. It was really down to the fact that the rest of NASR, Hassan was so far back. That was, I think, the only real reason, and having to move so far into zone that late was why K12 had that advantage.
Yeah, and I like the way K12 did that. There's 2 different ways when you're defending. You can be a little bit more aggressive and just poke your head out more and clean out teams. So I think what K12 did was they played just defensive and aggressive enough to keep a lot of enemy teams alive around them, but suppress them just enough so that they were all forced to kind of more fight each other than pushing into the K12 position. And so, in a way, they softened up the whole entire lobby more so by not eliminating teams, but forcing them to kind of fighting one another by putting out that pressure. And we saw what that led to. We saw that led to a chicken dinner. So very well executed. Enigma Galaxy, somehow, whenever they lose their players in a, I would have to say, a disastrous fashion, it could always somehow get one player into the end game and get those placement points still.
It takes me back to Sanhok when we were in PMGC and Unicorns of Love. Without fail, every single time we'd manage to get into that top 5, top 3. Zute, you know what I'm talking about. Nigma Galaxy, they're doing the exact same thing here where, yes, you have one player alive, but you had every single med kit in that team towards them, and they do survive and towards that 3rd place position, and rightly so as well, down to actually the fault of KAMIKAZE in that 4th place position though, who completely crumbled under that pressure of that final zone, trying to go in almost 1 by 1 in onto NASR.
Yeah, we saw they had the opening knock onto NASR, and they went for that push, but the push just went terribly wrong, and I think it was more so just they were missing their shots, and NASR was hitting their shots like back-to-back straight lasers, and then of course they got the upper hand advantage once they got those 2 extra knocks, and they pushed on in and they took them out, and well played to that team. And given the fact that the zone ended so far down to the south, I would have to say it was well played to all the teams that made it into the top 5, even the top 6, because those circle shifts were not very friendly for anybody.
That's been like the theme of the day, though, is that, and I think almost it's been great to see that because we expected, rightly so, coming into today, and we almost got that in some games where these players are playing ultra passive. They're trying to suss out the strategies, how far they can go with these players and skill check each other. But in these zones where they don't allow you to do that, it does create that sense of chaos and almost that sense of whoever has that innate skill just to begin an event and be strong in their own individual right. That's what we're looking for, and that star power you can see shine through in plays such as those by NASR.
I do believe there was another 1v4 that we also witnessed in that match. It was, so much happened in that match. I can't even recall it off the top of my head, but we saw the pre-nades, the pre-cook. He was down to the last member, and he got an amazing, I believe he got 1 or 2, and it just absolutely changed everything around for that team.
Oh, it did, and as we head into those best oppo moments, we get to see it all over again. 4K high ultra definition though, going down to 16th position, and 1Million also joining themselves back in the bench warming seats because they fell in 15th. But I think it was all down, right as you say. Surprise, yes, did lose their life early on to NASR, no less. But they did manage to come out on top. But here it is, Zute. Smoker with a 1v4.
Yeah, this was it. It might have been a 1v3. Did his grenade knock 2 when he tossed it? Yeah, I think I think he knocked 2 with that grenade, and then he got the 2 finishes on the other 2 with his gun. So wow. Yeah, he won. That was a 1v4. That's 2 1v4s that we have seen in just day 1 of PMPL Arabia alone.
Absolutely insane stuff coming through. And KURDSQUAD, you said, rightly so, they kind of cleaned off the top hairs. They trimmed them, gave them a little bit of a haircut, the rest of these players, to stop them coming in over the top of that hill. And they balled over that hill all right, though. NASR, by the end, yes, they did lose 1. And then they lost almost at the end, of course, that 2nd player. But 2nd place, they did well enough. Assam managing to find that 1v1 against Ramik, but couldn't quite confirm the kill and does go down.
We saw the jiggles left and right of that player of NASR. Really well done. The mechanics right there making him so hard to hit, so he does win that 1v1. But of course, when he had to push up once again into the high ground, the defense was just too good.
Too good indeed, but tell you what is also good is Erangel, but we had to have it after the break, but unfortunately, Zute, we're going to see you there on the flip side. We're here. Be square. The PMPL Arabia Spring Split 2022. You better be here and watching because we got one more game with, of course, though, myself, Hannah Wolf, and the wonderful Zute. But what would it be without our sponsor as well here, Zute? The Oppo Reno 6 series, where upgraded performance and upgraded fun celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphone for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. One more game. That's all we've got, Zute. It's been a ride. It's been a ride for his first day.
Yeah, speaking about winning spirit, the two players that have pulled off a 1v4 in the day one alone, those guys definitely got the winning spirit. You love to see it. We already have some really great highlight clips from the first day. I just can't wait to see what the other days entail. And this almost doesn't feel like the first day. I gotta be honest with you. With how the circles shifted so insanely hard, it's like we're right into the thick of the tournament already. And with how well some of these players are playing, doing insane plays, insane 1v4s, and the level of play, I feel like this time around this year, the PMPL level has definitely increased the threshold compared to last year.
It better have. That is what I'm saying, Zute. 1 year PMPLs, I want to see those claps happen. I want to see those 1v4s happen. Because if they're not there, well, then where's the entertainment? Because aren't you entertained coming into the Game 5-2? 1v4s in Game 3, Game 4, and I'm expecting a hat-trick here in Game number 5 as Electric Guitar rolls on in to Erangel. We are, I believe, are we on? Yes, we are, on the western side. I am so bad with directions. You would think, Zute, after all my time in casting PUBG Mobile, I would be able to see which is west side, but nope, I'm still just as new.
Yeah, your left and right can get confusing sometimes, but hey, no, you got it. You said west side.
I'm a good boy. Good boy.
Yeah, we're going from the west side down to the east, center of the west, very hard down to the southeast. So obviously the northeast section of the map is a little bit harder to get to. And taking a look at the northwest, we have quite a few teams dropping towards the North George Bowl area. Of course, this doesn't necessarily mean there's going to be team fights, as North George Bowl and South George Bowl can be quite easily shared by up to like 4 or more teams. So I don't think there's going to be any altercations there.
Looking at some interesting drops, so is a lot of these teams are going to be heading towards that western side. West side, the best side, as in the words of Mustache Dave, but so does that zone agree. The west and north, it goes up towards Zaki. Now, we saw something similar in game number 4 if you weren't there. After this, you watch it back. Don't leave us now, because it only gets more exciting in game number 5, where, well, where is the zone? It's not even there. We get to, the circle has disappeared into the left and the top of our screen.
Yeah, that's a very strangely hard northwestern circle, and we saw a similar one in game 1 where it's like strangely hard to the south, and it did cause for a lot of chaos. So, well, last match of the day, throw in a wild card, because this whole entire day has been tricky, not to say the least. I think maybe we got one game of Miramar where the circles kind of shifted in ways where teams might be more prepared for.
How is he not dead? Run him! Get him!
Yeah, there we go. Twisted Minds. You say this is an aggressive team? Well, it doesn't get any more aggressive than that. Getting their first elimination 2 minutes into the match.
Better get that bread, Twisted Minds, because I think there was an upset here for Twisted Minds, of course, falling in 7th in that last game and definitely affecting those leaderboards overall. But to be fair, we also have to keep in mind always who is playing and who is not playing here for the final game. And unfortunately, KURD12, yes, it came hot off the press, that chicken dinner. They're not playing, and neither are 1 million, Team Falcon or YaLLa Esports, all off the grid for this final game. But joining us back are, of course, KONQUEROR Iraq, Dunak Esports headquarters, and RTG Esports KURDSQUAD to find out for our final match. Now, when you look at those standings overall, though, Zute, slight bit of concern, I would argue, for some of those teams missing out on the bottom at leaderboard. Particularly, you could say towards 1Million Esports, who haven't had the bestest of days.
Yeah, so a lot of these, or not a lot, 4 of these teams have already played their 4 matches for the day. Each team will play a total of 4 matches per day during the league stages. So the teams that are sitting out now, well, they're pretty much done for the day. And you mentioned 1Million Esports. In their 4 games, they've scored a total of only 11 points. That's not very good. And another team that's not doing pretty well either is 4K Esports. They're playing right now, so they could change things up. But in a total of the 3 matches that they have played, they've only scored 3 points. 1 point per match is definitely going to put you in that bottom 20 where you will not be qualifying into the top 16. So it's not over yet. We'll see how well they can do this match. But there is quite a few teams where they're starting to feel the pressure. They're starting to feel like they might be on the chopping block in terms of qualifying for the Super Weekend.
Yeah, the results are flying over the top of our screen, and we can clearly see that definitely a lot of those teams below the 20-point mark. Now, on average, you kind of want about 40 points is a safe mark to get into the Super Weekend here, Zute, over 2 days of play. But judging the fact that we actually have had a lot of these teams when they come out on top of these games, albeit we could argue with Game 4 being a little bit in between here and there with a lot of those squads, the winning team, they've picked up all the kills relatively when it comes to the end of that match, and as a result have sponged up a lot of those points that these other teams can get. More towards the top side of this table is where those points lie, and now, as you can see, the scramble realistically for so many of these squads, so many aren't even in double digits.
Yeah, it's definitely more of a top-heavy sided lobby, and that's pretty typical on day 1, I would have to say. The teams that just come in on the first day feeling confident because of their previous experience, because they know that they're the better teams, will tend to, suck up a lot of the points on the first days when many teams are still trying to get comfortable and trying to feel things out. And the first 3 chicken dinners, of course, were from teams that we expected to do well, right? I do want to give a shout out to K12 though. That last game where they got the chicken, that was a huge game for them, and they really needed the points because they were not playing too well at all in their first 3 matches.
They needed those points and they got them, but is how much have they really sponged up some safety net for themselves, as they're not playing, of course, in this final game. Rico Infinity Esports, though, they are playing the game, the fight between RTG and the South End of Georgia Pole. Now, inside the crate goes, ready to package himself only to the other end of day number 2, because Rico Infinity Esports is a fast track pass over to the afterlife for only now 2 more remaining. RTG trying to hold themselves further back, but Rico, they will not let up, and now they run. J9 not anywhere near the rest of Kusarum, who is only now coming in onto the South Georgia Pole flights, and that nade, it was a beautiful Kobe nade. In mid-run, strikes him down. Rico Infinity Esports up 3, and Kusarum down to the beach for some respite.
That was absolutely savage by Rico. They quite literally just drove in with no real reason and just demolished the other team. And yeah, that running grenade, there's no worse feeling than when you're trying to run away and a grenade slams into your face. It's different when you're trying to hold down a position where you're trying to play defensive and a grenade comes your way, sure, right? You had it coming to you. But when you're trying to disengage and quite literally run away from the fight and they just long toss a grenade over to you and you get slammed in the back by it, that must be demoralizing to a certain extent.
Demoralizing is death, insulting here when it comes to, unfortunately, here the rest of RTG down to 1 player. 4K, you mentioned them, also in the points, already losing a player early on will not help their case, so more so we didn't even see him go down, but he is dead, and they have their fight, who against another one of these squads who of course need the kills, need the points. Dunak Esports making their push onwards. A Reef used to be, of course, a part of Rico Infinity team, now Rico Infinity Esports, of course, leading, of course, Dunak into now his final compound. Crucial that they pick up the points here. Whoever goes down in this fight loses and has to put out a miraculous series of plays in tomorrow's games. Arif goes down. Golden, 1-for-1 trades. 4K Esports, so they move further in, and Zute is going to be another trade. No, it's not, Bo. Lane barely denies it. Managed to find a punish. Managed to find the kill as well. But where's the support? Dunak is left alone. There is no support coming in, and now it's Cobra on in the front. He jukes him out, jumps out just in time. Will he even steal the buggy? No. He goes further in.
4K Esports, backs against the ropes, deciding to go aggressive. They took this fight to Dunak. They did not have to engage this. So, I guess some teams with the backs against the rope, they just want to fight back, which is usually a good thing, but they're not executing their push well. You can see they lost another member. Dunak, where's the support? Lath has been here by himself for a while. Maybe his teammates don't have vehicles, so it's taking a while for them to run over here to support the team. But the next circle has shifted up more towards the north, and you can see other teams are rotating by, and there could be a potential third party if they make too much noise or take too long to finish out this fight.
You can see now the problem is Leif just takes a buggy because Rad in behind him are trying to stop the position, and Leif immediately tries to go away. Golden strikes him back down, but 4K Esports, they're not done quite yet. You can see the push now entering on in. Satan already there, and here comes the drive-by. 2 more added to the equation. It's 4K Esports. They know where the 3 are, but can they stop the 3 from pushing forward? I don't think they can. With only 2 players. Golden, crucial on the rooftop. Strikes down the nade, but goes completely wide. And now, here are Rad. They're inside the building, and you haven't stopped him. You now have to find them at home. And Delhab, he is knocking on that front door, and he is waiting with the rest of the wolf pack here of Rad. And they are going to huff and puff and blow down the house of 4K Esports as they are forced upstairs, going further and further. Cobra now dead as well. The nade strikes him down, and yes, you find 1 golden, you may find a kill, but here come the rest through the front entrance and delete away 4K Esports. Down. A disappointing day for them.
Hugely disappointing. With 2 points, they gain a total of 5 points in 4 games. So the fight's not over. Twisted Mind, one of the most aggressive teams we've seen, taking the fight, but driving straight in. The off support angle already got knocked. The entry player gets knocked with a grenade caught in his hand, and Twisted down to 2 all of a sudden. They can still commit to this, seeing as how aggressive they are in a 2v3 situation. If they could win this fight, they could get that full reset. But Kato
doesn't
is
look
actually going
like
to circle
the
back
case.
around. Yeah, Kato's going to circle back around to try and get Rokus.
They need to get Volkis though, but Big Horse is going in on a solo mission. Can he find the rest of Satan? No, he cannot. So that didn't even need to be used in that fight, but he will steal the kill anyways. In 4, yes, 1 extra, you lose another. In Twisted Minds, I think they were trying to, of course, take advantage of all of those kill feeds lining up, all of the fighting happening, but they just didn't go in right time. They went in 1 player in the car and didn't appreciate the Rad were all still alive, and as the zone now engulfs them at the back, they have to make the wide rotation a shame away from Rad.
Twisted trying to keep up their momentum from the previous games, but that momentum is shut down by the Rod team. Rod up to 4 eliminations already, and wait, did I see that circle
That
correctly?
zone is Georgia Bowl, baby. It's going to the west.
Oh.
West side is the best side. Dave's influence, he's not even here. Oh days, but he
let's just say half Jarky is on the edge of zone. That's how far northwest we are.
Yes.
Right now, it's not going to be a Jarky finish because it's on the edge of the northwest. But that is just to paint a picture of how northwestern we are. Take a look at that on your screen. Yeah, we're going into George Bowl, but most importantly, we might be ending in the fields north of North George Bowl, which we don't really get to see too much competitive play in. So today has been quite a treat as far as the circles go, Island.
Oh, quite a treat indeed. And I think it has been so difficult for these players really to find their footing. And I think, yes, you could say today has been crazy, but you can't also say that this one day, as a result of how crazy these zones have been, Zute, that this is how it's going to be. And you said rightly so at the start of this day that the league stage days were going to be a lot different to the weekend. Rico Infinity's team do have to hold my breath here, though, as RCG, he's on his own. Karam, he is waiting. No, they don't. He's still alive. But I don't think he wants to be seen right now. You can see all of the Rico Infinity Esports members around him. Maybe he gets away with this? No way. No way he gets away with this, so surely.
I mean, they have no reason to suspect. There's just a person lying in plain sight right in front of them. I mean, this RTG player, just down to a solo, he definitely doesn't want to peek his head out to shoot, as SK Ton right here, trying to go for a little bit of a fishing trip. Maybe he might be successful. He spots one, gets a bullet of damage in, but definitely not enough to secure a finish. And even if he can manage a few more shots, you saw how little damage each bullet does at that distance, especially when it's hitting players in the water.
Yeah, unfortunately not going to find anything. Won't reel in much. You've got to imagine it should here just be Dunak getting to the other side. In towards that north side of the Georgia pole, we have to keep in mind that, yes, Rico, they are on the south side, they are on the edge of zone, and this is a great thing for RTG Esports KURDSQUAD, is that Gasaran can just wait, because eventually Rico Infinity's team, they have to move in onto this zone. They can't stay in this location forever, which means he's gonna be allowed some space to breathe, albeit even if he's on the edge, and survive just that little bit more.
As a solo, though, with so many teams still up, we have 15 teams still in the game. It's going to be very hard to get those placements because he's got to survive a couple more circles. And the next circle shift, ooh, this is the first time, Highland, that I will ever get to see a zone in competitive end over here.
Same here.
PMPL is built different. We're in for quite a ride.
Oh boy, we are in for a ride. I think we've seen now 4 games this day, Zute. I mean, we are in debt of map arcade coins right now. I mean, we used them all up, and I think Kasaram, he used his time patiently, trying to find the shots, but he didn't find the execution, and SK Ton just takes him down anyway. Still has a vehicle in play, and it's a disaster for RTG Esports, wishing that he could have maybe stayed silent a bit longer. Though, now as we see the Mind Weapon also doing the same, have already secured his position on top of the rock and will hold on for now. This is such an interesting position for this zone to end, Zute, because we are not only testing ourselves as casters of knowledge of this area, but the players as well. When do the players ever get to experience this position on the zone?
As a competitive player that has watched countless of games and played in countless more scrims, I will confidently say, not once have I ever experienced a circle over here. And that is thousands of hours of scrim gameplay that I've personally participated in on Erangel, and never has it been over here. So this is going to be quite unusual, as I'm not too sure which positions are going to have the advantage. Of course, the team's securing the center of the mountaintops. It does look like it's a very strong position, but I'm not too quite sure about the sightlines, as the teams in the north trying to wrap on in do get gate kept out by the KAMIKAZE team. So KAMIKAZE will pick up 4 eliminations. KONQUEROR just down to 2.
It does look like that northern end. It does have that slight advantage of, course, the hilltops. And you head, I think, towards, of course, the rock side. And you saw the Mind Weapon take that location too. It's all about this high ground, as we said. We can draw the reference here for Miramar, where you have that information to scout. It's going to be so crucial because, for the most part, we are in a fairly similar, in terms of elevation, area of this final zone in Phase 4, Phase 5, Phase 6 as we continue through this game. Yes, there are these hills, yes, there are these dips, but there's no huge difference when it comes to mountaintops or massive drawing hills that we see elsewhere in Erangel. So the position and the smokes going to be crucial, as well as, of course, the standard, the basics of vehicles being used as that extra blockade.
Yeah, so the fundamentals are definitely going to come into play. Teams may have never played in this area from a competitive standpoint, but the fundamentals of how the terrain works, how the sightlines work, how you work as a team to push into the next few shifts, that's all going to draw on previous experience. So we'll see where the next circle goes though, as it could either go north of that mountain or south. So many teams in the south trying to swim up over into these hard northwestern shifts. Casualties happening on your screen left and right. It's more so just long range engagements. And the next circle will pop on up any second now. And it does shift towards the eastern side, so we won't see the western side. So a little bit more familiar territory on the eastern side, keeping North George Bowl in the zone. Nigma Galaxy getting a nice circle too.
NASR though, they are on the screens obliterating through KAMIKAZE, but trying to find a spray. They do find it, and Egg drops a second, and there go the rest. KAMIKAZE, in style, eliminate themselves to the hands of NASR in now 14th position. Triple Devo, the next in tow to try and make it across, and I doubt they will, because NASR, they have control of this immense roadside, which is acting as a moat to the castle that is NASR on the opposite end of this zone, and it's only going to be a wide rotation that Triple D really have in their hands back towards that western side, into that unfamiliar territory, to avoid where NASR are going.
Triple D could still push on in though. They have 4 players up, they have a man advantage, and that push, even though it's unfamiliar territory, it's not too difficult of like a high ground push. Meanwhile, Rico Infinity trying to push into Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy, they've done pretty well today, but very sloppy to say the least. Let's see if they could close out this last game with a chicken dinner, because they do get a very nice circle right there, being able to just gatekeep out the Rico Infinity team.
Still 4 players alive. There's more to be said than before. Rico Infinity Esports also has been a very up and down day for them. We've had the chicken dinner high, but we've also had the 16th position low. And it looks like it could be another low for them as they are struggling. They find the revives. Some savior coming here with the smokes in the edge of that building. And there's no angle really for Nigma Galaxy to nade on top. And they should find all 3 back up barely in time. But Nigma Galaxy, they also have to control the south side of this zone. It's not only Rico that is the problem. You see, Duke can finally go down here. So I do not go through in 12th position. Rad might just join them. Twisted Minds over before that to the hands of Rad in 11th position. It is 8 kills for Rad overall. They, despite being on that western end, have the kills, have the firepower. And speaking of fire, Nigma Galaxy, they can't quite literally hold on to the edge of Rico as they send the flames on in.
Rico Infinity just will not go down without a fight. They're down to 1 member now, finally, but we saw how much of a fight they're putting up, and Nigma Galaxy will eventually take them out and keep all 4 members alive. But Rico Infinity, such a tenacious team. Nigma Galaxy, after securing that part of the circle, the south side is now secured. They do start focusing their attention elsewhere, and the circle shifts very close by to Nigma Galaxy. And these are the rocks that we're talking about, and it is quite just a mini mountain, with the mine weapon being the king of the hills.
The mine weapon no longer inside control of the zone. They do have to step down their kingly hill and into the flats, into the rest of their people in this game. Ali slowly will scout out further forward, but when you look to the strength, it really is here, the edge of that compound. Nigma, who have the protection. Also keep in mind, Revolution surviving it as a solo in the center of that zone, Zute.
Yeah, Revolution. I do believe that's a shack, so he can survive there a bit longer, as that shack is surrounded by a playable area, so I don't expect the team to full send the shack as long as part of the zone is still playable for those teams. Meanwhile, Stalwart Esports trying to break this top mountain hillside, which is so difficult, especially with them not being too familiar with how this mountainside works.
Mind weapon holding firm. Ali will find one, but a 1-for-1 trade isn't good enough, as Shrod also wiped by Stalwart UAE is they will be able to find, yes, some form of respite on that mountainside, but they can't stop moving yet. They have to keep walking as Triple D. They send a nade over. Will it land? No, it will not. No one goes down just yet. And now Yamaz, giving his position away with a nade, goes up strong, goes up to the top. Can he find the angle once more? No, he cannot. The smokes protect Stalwart for now, and Triple D hold back.
You can see neither team wants to go down this mountaintop because it is just all fully exposed to Nigma Galaxy and NASR. NASR and Nigma Galaxy know this is like 3 eliminations right here. And look, the second that player peeks out the top to try and steal a knock confirmation, he gets immediately lasered from the other end. And this angle may be Kings of the Hill, but the Hill is no longer in play. Triple D down to their last member, and NASR moving in.
NASR Esports, they have slammed Triple D out of that mountainside, and they have slammed away 7 kills into the center of this. So Revolution no longer a threat. Nigma Galaxy though, they will try, yes they do, to eliminate the last kill, and 10 in total. But can they find a way into the zone? They've got a mega road to cross, and in this late of a game with the Shack, with everything in the hands of NASR, it's going to be a toughie. Still, the third party, Stalwart, are alive, but can they take second? Ralph, now down as well. Down to 2 as NASR solidify their position only more.
That was a beautiful grenade. It really slows down the push of Nigma Galaxy. And NASR, with the man disadvantage, really needed that knock too. Else Nigma Galaxy would just get closer and closer to breaching on in. You see, Ralph is not even getting revived because Nigma Galaxy has to space out so much to control everything. And keep in mind, Stalwart's Easy is still in play here. And he might open it up for the Nigma Galaxy side as he's focused more on the NASR team.
Huge flags coming from either side, but Homodi on the front end. Dumped by NASR. There goes Lord. There goes the execution potential onto NASR. And Easy steps up, but is put straight back down by Freak. And now it's a 1v3 situation, but there's nowhere to run, Freak. And unfortunately, it is time to meet your demise. NASR, they have found you. You try to survive, but it will not be the case. And Stalwart, they take second. They steal it away from Nigma, but only to their own doom as NASR, they tread further forward. They walk further forward. Easy on his last legs. Falls, and NASR, they take the win.
NASR with a really good game. We saw them have some nice moments of brightness throughout the day, and they secured that one. They got close to winning that Miramar game against K12, and they played extremely well, but this last Erangel game was theirs for the taking. And I can't help but to say Stalwart Esports also played that very well towards the end. He chose his targets very well. I thought he was going to go weaken the side of NASR, but he saw an opportunity to take out Nigma Galaxy instead, and he went for it, and he secured himself that second place instead.
Huge for the solo play here once more. As you said, Stalwart, they needed those points so too, Zute. They were very low down on that leaderboard when it came to coming into this final game. They have, of course, already missed out a game. They needed to catch up as well to some of these other teams. And getting that second place, that's very important for Stalwart to set them in good stead now into day 2, to give them some cement to put down and create a foundation for themselves into the second day, to not have to make as maybe flashy plays as they try to in around Miramar that don't work. They're very high risk, high reward. That may have just led them down into that 20th to 16th or 17th position, should I say. My only concern though now is with again another one of those top teams like NASR taking away those points. We talked about it. NASR were getting all of those kills earlier on. They're taking the sponge and they're mopping up all of those points once more away from those lower teams.
It does mean it might be a little bit easier for those lower teams to get the top 16 though, because with so little amount of points being gained on the lower half of the overall leaderboard, that means you just need one decent game and you could jump up a couple few standings on those lower half teams. So it's in a way a good thing that the lobby is so top heavy for the teams just only trying to look to break into the top 16. Now, of course, we're not there yet, but once we head into the Super Weekend, it's a completely different story because those Super Weekend points will carry over week after week for 3 weeks to determine, who makes it into the finals.
And that is exactly it. You don't have to make the super insane plays to try catch up to the first place. If you are a lower place team, there is that light at the end of the tunnel, but you don't have to worry about getting first. You only have to not be in the bottom 4. And for some of those teams, I think we're probably going to see them try to play maybe a little bit safer. It is the squads like 4K, and as we said, Stalwart previously, who are making these actually risky plays at the beginning, that are losing out to these higher placed teams. And because they're trying to make those flashy plays, that's the reason why they're behind. In trying to play that high risk reward strategy that has not worked for them so far.
Yeah.
Now I want to see, can they play the careful strategy? Can they play towards the zones? Because we haven't seen that from them.
They need a K2 or 4K especially needs to have a balance. I will give them credit in the sense of, I know early on in the competitive days when your team is far behind, 99% of teams make the mistake of playing too passive, right? They get too scared to do anything and they kind of just roll over and flop either way. But at least 4K, we saw them do the complete opposite. They actually played super aggressive. Now, that's great and all that you're not scared to, gain your points and stake your ground, but you still got to do it correctly and find a balance between, knowing the timings of how to do aggressive plays and how to just play a bit more defensive when you get the opportunity to. And I think in that situation, 4K had a really good chance to just rotate. We saw them engage in that fight for a very long time before that zone shift happened. So instead of they just rotated up to North George Pool, they might have been in a very good position to just gain a lot of placement points and then still get a chance to play aggressive towards the end game.
And I think it's also to echo not only 4K, but there's some other teams in there that also need to improve. I think Dunak Esports as well, Headquarter, 2 of those other teams that we're going to be keeping our eye on heading into day 2, because that's where all of those points matter. But to recap, of course, day 1, we said a lot of those teams who we expected to have good results did have good results, albeit though it wasn't all plain sailing. There were some shakes here and there, and I think we talked about the likes of Rico Infinity Esports, and then also having the likes of Twisted Minds too. Yes, they had these chicken dinners, but they also had these 16th position finishes. They had the 13th position, the 8th position finish there from Twisted Minds in 2 games. So it has been all over the place. And then you look towards teams like, NASR, who have been consistent with their first 2 games on kills. And then you have that chicken dinner at the end. Actually, it's teams like NASR who haven't been as flashy, but have been on that solid track that are on top of that leaderboard.
Yeah, so it does seem like teams are still warming up, including even the experienced teams. Of course, the experienced teams did show up in some certain matches, but you talk about NASR, let's take a look at, Nigma Galaxy. We saw how shaky they were. This is a PMGC level team, and they just simply did not hit their shots and just had situations where their pushes were just stopped hard, and the mechanics just aren't there. So I think these players are still warming up, but when it comes to rotations and strategy, they still have that down on lock. So many top 3 finishes just out of a solo player alone. And that takes just pure experience. That doesn't come in the form of luck. I mean, maybe in one game you get a little bit lucky, but multiple games where they secure high placement points just through the likes of one player, that takes, skill, and that does also take a lot of experience. And to summarize day 1, I don't even feel like it is a day 1. I feel like tomorrow's going to feel more like day 1. And today was just like, today was a wild card. I don't even know if I've ever had such a wild day in general in any tournament.
It's hard to explain. I think it's been very fluctuated this first day, where we started off such a crazy zone and we had that continue through the days, and included on top of the fact that we saw not only 1 but 2 1v4s at the rest of these games. Game 3, Game 4, we had it there. Game 3 from Hopes and YaLLa, and then Game 4, Revolution copied that against Rico Infinity Esports and got their own 1v4. To question what even is going to happen in Day 2, I can't even tell you what's going to happen. We couldn't have scripted Day 1, never mind Day 2 here today.
Yeah, so today were definitely exciting matches, but it was borderline exciting and just frantic, right? Like, it was as much fun as I had. I was just like, my brain was not ready for the level of chaos, the level of like craziness, and it's just, my brain can't fully soak it in yet. Like, this is literally Day 1, but I feel like I'm almost in a twilight zone with the way this first PMPL day has gone. But I'm glad it happened this way. Definitely an experience to be had. And I'm not even the one playing in these games. I can't imagine how the players felt about day number 1 of PMPL Arabia. I think the silver lining for them is like, well, thank God it's only league day, right? Like, if this was like a super weekend day or like maybe a finals day and it played out this way, oh man, some teams would definitely be a little bit upset at just how unorthodox the circles were.
Right, and indeed, when you look towards that first day of zones, yes, we can't draw much, but what we can draw is, I think, some of, as you said, the rotations. Some of the plays that these players have been making, some of these teams have been making, that flashy skill, that experience that some of these teams are drawing on, particularly those who are the veteran teams, like Twisted Minds, like NASR, like Rico Infinity Esports, to name only a few. That's who we're looking forward to in Day 2. Can they keep that consistency? Because still, there are these new dogs, as we said, creeping up at the heels of those veterans. To find all that, though, out, that is going to have to be in tomorrow's show. We'll see you there, and make sure you are there too. Otherwise, I'll come to you. Maybe there.
Hi, I'm one of those people everyone calls a detective. Of course, I'm not the only detective around here. There's also our information analysis system, the BANPAN information system, and our many community volunteers that speak different languages from all around the world. We can use the BANPAN information system to find information related to cheats from the vast sea of information. We will use a combination of the system and manual methods to search various online forums and video sharing sites for traces of cheating. We will also work with our defenders of security in PUBG Mobile from all over the world to search for and destroy channels used to sell cheats. Fortunately, many players have joined our team. We also provide players with a channel to report the sale of cheats, and players from all over the world provide us with information every day. We are so happy to see so many players helping us to combat cheating.
I am a moderator and an information collector. I'm a moderator of many game forums. I am familiar with how cheats work and how they end up in players' hands. I'm very aware of the harm caused by cheating. So I've decided to help combat cheating. Due to our efforts, the information of many cheats is no longer brazenly posted online. Instead, they are hidden very deeply and disguised as unrelated posts. But that's not enough for them to escape my eyes. Many people have the misconception that cheats are like bugs and that they'll disappear once they've been dealt with. That's not how it really works though. Even if all the features of the cheats are banned now, the creators of the cheats will continue to upgrade their cheats. They will do anything they can to get around our security system. That's why we combat the newest cheats from 2 different fronts. We work together from the inside and the outside to effectively cover all types of cheating and combat them quickly. Although this is just a game, everyone likes those who follow the rules and play fairly. What makes games fun are the things that make us feel nervous and challenge us. It is because victory was hard-earned that we feel joyful about it.
We make several copies of samples of cheats. One copy is submitted to the security team so we can study their operating logic and enrich our AI identification strategy to update our defense system against new cheats in a timely manner. Another copy will be kept as proof to punish the people who develop the cheats.
The moderator just sent over a sample of a new cheat, and I want you to take a look at it.
Let me see.
We've never seen this cheat before. It has a special way of attacking. We just analyzed it and identified some of its characteristics. I think we can use this cheat's behavior to improve our coverage of other cheats.
I understand how it works now. This sample is very helpful to us. We can use this to develop more targeted countermeasures. And by learning how it functions, we can greatly improve our sample database.
Okay, let's get to work.
Yeah.
Other than combating cheats through the system, we also want to attack the origin of cheats through other methods. When it comes to people who develop cheats for profit, the legal approach is a good one. We have a professional legal team, and we believe they can bring these people to justice.
But before the legal team can initiate a lawsuit, they need sufficient information and evidence to win the lawsuit. This is where the information we provide becomes especially important. What detectives and I do best is to sift through unassuming clues, tracing matters to the roots, to find information and clues. The more information we have, the closer we are to victory.
We received some exciting news today. Our legal team won lawsuits in the United States of America and Germany.
That's great news. Let's open a bottle of champagne to celebrate.
Hang on. Let's not celebrate just yet. In the lawsuit, the defendant provided even more information about the team that developed the cheat.
It looks like we're going to be very busy over the next few days.
Yes. In 2021, we retrieved more than 10,000 samples from various channels, and more than 30% of them were valid samples.
It's also worth mentioning that many sellers of cheats online are scammers. They won't give you any cheats. They will even hide some viruses in the files they give you. It's a good thing we have our testers and our security experts. If not, our ordinary players would be in a lot of danger.
In summary, we're very proud of our work. We feel like we're rangers who search for clues about enemies from the shadows to deal them a swift and deadly blow. Please allow me to promote the security community. We welcome all volunteers to join our security community. Join our fight against cheaters and ensure all players have a fair gaming environment. We are part of the PUBG mobile security IT team. We fight to create a fair, competitive environment for all players.